Hello, everyone. Big up to you all. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this morning, the Blue Morning Show, specifically the match review slash transfer watch show. Apologies for starting late. I set the stream to start at the time where I didn't plan to wake up. So I thought again, and the alarm came on, but it turns out I set the stream 1 hour earlier than the time I expected to wake up. But apologies, it's still 4 a.m. for me sometimes because I do everything alone, the thumbnail from the write up to everything. Sometimes it's easy to make those mistakes. But apologies, we'll move on. Today we don't have so much to talk about. We'll talk about Kudus, we'll talk about Moises Caicedo, and any other Chelsea transfer news that pops up. We don't have too much to talk about, but you know how we operate here. We will talk a lot about the later we'll have to talk about. But that's by the way, I appreciate you all finding time to join the show. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. All right, I appreciate you all. For those of you in the chat who were here, thinking the show was going to start about, I think it was 1 hour ago. Apologies. Like I said, I scheduled it to start at the time when I didn't plan to work, but I apologize. I'm only human. But we move on from that. Lots of people in the chat. Rain was early, and Patrick Joyce was early too. It wasn't intentional. Believe me, even though it's usually difficult to wake up 2 a.m., I still do it. Do it happily. But this time, it was some, you could say, miscommunication between myself alone, my brain and what my body is willing to do. Big up, Francis Winters. I hope you're doing well. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. And I have to ask you this question as usual. I hope you are all eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. As for me, that's what I do. But I appreciate you all. When does this start? Yeah, again, I scheduled it to start at the time when I wasn't willing to wake up. But yeah, miscommunication between I and myself alone. But that's by the way, we'll move on from all the questions. And I've apologized to you, Patrick Joyce. I appreciate you. Coach, what's taking so long? Nothing is taking so long. I've explained myself here. People are coming for my neck. But again, once more, I sincerely do apologize. Nigeria just scored again. It's now 3-1. Nigeria 3, Australia 1. Yeah, I'm following that one too. I actually didn't watch it. I'm not watching it, but I'm following you can say, looking at the numbers on my iPad. Yeah, I've explained. Apologies once more. And my pro JC is in the house. Big up to you, JC. He says, big up everyone. My friend runs a language learning app. He says Stalin and Kukurea downloaded Arabic learning app today morning. It's happening. Is it happening? It's a question. I do not know, really. But maybe it will happen for Stalin. And if the Saudis should come for Kukurea, he's still very young and he's a good player, actually, because Chelsea fans are going to kill him, honestly. But that's, by the way, keep dropping the likes on the stream. Yo, big up to you too, my bro, Brianni Yahayu, a.k.a. 343 Dylema, a.k.a. Vivel FC, a.k.a. one more name. Which one am I? Contender FC. And now Jackson CFC. I appreciate you joining the show, brother. I hope you're doing well. You can talk about Kukurea. I think we will eventually. We have to. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And before we continue, I want to take this moment to appeal to those of you who are watching, but for one reason or the other, you're not able to participate in the chats. Just know that we appreciate you. We thank you for always participating. Watching alone does go a long way, but we want to appeal to you if you can. just do us one tiny bitty favor. Take a second to just drop a like on the stream. That the likes do go along, but it would trigger the YouTube algorithm to push the stream to more people who would be interested in the topics we have lined up to talk about. And also, if you're watching, if you can, do share the link on whatever social media platform where you have presence, so more people can come join us. So we have diversified opinion because we work together to come to sensible conclusion. That's how we operate here. Kepa, the cement hand, Stalin. Wow. Oh, Coach, I think the Caicedo deal might be off. No, I don't think so. Remember, I told you that deal, we will get it across the line. I think we're just being cautious. I think somebody on the panel yesterday, or what they exactly explained. Now, here's the thing: we're being cautious in the sense that, however, again, whatever we pay for Moises Caicedo sets the tone for our subsequent purchases of this transfer window. So if we pay premium, then every club will be asking for premium, and they know we've made a lot of sales, so we have lots of money. So we're being strategic here. I think even if we don't get him, I'm confident that we'll get an even better player or somebody who's as equally as good as him. There are other talents there, and you know a few. Zubimendi, who's traditionally a DM, for me, Moises Caicedo is more of a box-to-box midfielder or an 8 than he is a DM, although he is defensively sound, but that's just my opinion, but I'm not really concerned. Good afternoon, all the Chelsea fans are from Barnsley fan, Ryan Clark. I appreciate you joining us here. And Ryan Clark, we have a sister channel where we're still recruiting panelists. That's why that particular channel hasn't taken up, but we're getting closer to 1,000 subscribers in that particular channel. It's called Soccer Perspective. You might want to go check it out and subscribe and be part of that because it kicks off soon. Sterling was like a sleeping pill for me. I fell asleep 10 minutes into watching his game. Something isn't quite right with Sterling. I just do not know, honestly. Rain, hi to you too. Rain, I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining. So I'm going to ask this question so that we can get started immediately. If you're watching, if you're already in the chat, tell me what are your observations. Put it in one paragraph as much as you can. Make it concise. It'd be interesting to see what you have to say there. And you know how we operate. As long as it's aligned with the question, I will address it. Jackson at 30 million will be the steal of the season. I have to say that's the case. I was excited when we signed him. I get it. There are complaints that his numbers, I get, even though was one of the best after at the end of the season in La Liga, still nothing too special. But yeah, the scouts, they did their homework. They know, they realize there's a talent in this guy, and surrounded by, you can say, a crop of good players as the players we have, that he do even better. But man, what a talent. He's a complete package, I must say. Let's see what else we have here. And Rain, oh, my bro, Santiago Muno. Santiago Muno is like an assistant teacher. Whenever he's here, when somebody asks a question in the chat, he's always quick to help me answer that question, and I appreciate that. Much love to you too, Santiago Muno. I appreciate all the work you're doing for this community. Believe me, and I know you know that too. Let's say, okay, Coach, what was the score against Newcastle? I didn't watch it, and who scored? It was 1-1 draw. Almiron scored. Almiron, that particular stadium, I think. Is called his second home because he played in the MLS too. He scored a beautiful goal. The two goals were very, you can say, delicious goals. The Nicolas Jackson's goal was well taken, not about power but about finesse and placement. Same as that of the same thing with that of Almiron. Two good goals, by the way. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go a long way, people. 39 likes already. Remember, the target is 300 likes today. Let's make it happen. Hello, all. The chat has as much good news, good new talent. Chelsea, hit the likes and subscribe. I appreciate you, Thomas Bates. Okay, you were here during the last show. I hope you're doing well, brother. I appreciate you joining. And my bro, the Added Time podcast, big up, Coach. Something needs to be done with Cucurella, Sterling, and Connor. How Chalobah is trying to be sold first is beyond me. I think the Chalobah, those are just rumors at this point. I don't believe them. Does it make sense to you that we lost Khalidou Koulibaly, Bad Boy Badeshila is injured, And yeah, do you think the club will sell him? No. Uh, let's say if we sign a new centre back and you hearing such, maybe it's believable to a certain extent. Chalobah is talented. He's a good defender. Believe me, I don't think we're considering selling him. Those are just all rumors, in my opinion. Let's see what we have here. You got to tell that to some of our players. Live the blue life. Yep, we have to tell them that. You eat blue, sleep blue, wake up blue, and overall live the blue life. As for me, that's what I do. Coach, no need to apologize. Everyone is sleepy after Sterling's performance. At least we are not in coma. Oh yeah, I think I agree with you. Sterling, something is really off. And will he? You can say, will he pick up form? I don't know really. A lot of people may say, like, welcome back, coach. Your sisters are giving Australia a woto 3-1, and they actually conceded first because I saw there a lot. They conceded first, and yeah, that is they're doing well. They're doing well. Coach, I saw Wrexham beat Manchester United 3-1, which was crazy after losing 5-0 to Chelsea. They beat the Reds, the Red Devils by 3 goals to 1. I think you could argue more, again, mostly they fielded their second 11. That's how I see, but it doesn't matter. Manchester United lost to Wrexham. Wrexham, wow. Chelsea need to sell Sterling, in my opinion. We've talked about this rain. We've talked about this 1,000 times. Selling Raheem Sterling isn't easy. And you know that for a multitude of reasons. One, he's on a very high, his wages are very high, and it's not like he's in the, you can say, best of form. And usually when players switch clubs, they seek a pay rise. And which club would sign him right now and pay him 300,000 plus weekly? No club. I don't see that happening. And plus, he's at the age where it's not really about playing football and enjoying football. It's about making the money. He's not that young anymore, so it becomes difficult. It will take us deciding, you know what? Come on, man, let's talk. This isn't working. We're terminating your contract. Let's have a conversation and meet, you can say, in the middle and find a solution so you can move on. But it'd be difficult to sell Raheem Sterling. Everybody was going crazy for Simhan, and CFC scouts unearthed Jackson. I am definitely not nervous of Caicedo. CFC structures are showing results. That is, you can say, this is the delicious comment of the day at the moment so far, because the truth remains, they've shown they're capable. From the outgoings to the players who signed already, they've shown they know what they're doing. They're doing a good job. We don't have to overpay. We don't have to pay premium to sign a good player. But kudos to them. Jackson is a prime example that they know exactly what they're doing. I hope everyone noticed how Andrew helped to cut things down second half. Yep. Connor and Sterling came in and just made a mess of our tempo. You could argue that no control at all, just always in a hurry to do something and end up making a whole lot of mess. Let's see what else we have here. I don't know those two players, Kudus and Romeo Lavia. Lavia plays in the Premier League for you can say relegated Southampton. Kudus plays up for Ajax. Kudus is a Ghanaian international, a 10. He can also play on the flanks. Romeo Lavia for me is more of an 8, but he can also operate from deep, more of a box-to-box midfielder, but he's a good player, but still very, very young, I must say. Let's see if the Caicedo deal is off, who do we get? There are options. Zubimendi is still available. I'm shocked there aren't too many clubs pushing for him. And I've taken my time to look at what Edson Alvarez said, actually. He didn't specifically say, look at where they are. I think he's saying maybe he shouldn't be regretting it, given how Chelsea's season had, you can say, the last season had gone for us. So he's still available. He will be a good option, but I think we'll still get the Caicedo deal over the line. And believe me, if one getting good signals from his camp or from Brighton's camp, I think by now, I think we would have moved on. We're smart enough. You could say we have, again, we've recruited some of the best hands in world football. No matter how anybody sees it, they've proven that that's the case. By now, if it is something that we cannot get over the line, I think we would have pulled out of the deal. But we're still talking. So I'm not concerned. Others that came to mind is more somebody like Ismail Banessa. His buyout release clause is 50 million euros, but when it's going to become active is when I don't know. But Amrabat, isn't he still available? I heard United are looking to sign him. He's traditionally a DM, but I don't think we're looking for traditional DMs. That's what my opinion. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We have 45 likes. Let's get it to 50. Shoot for 100 because the target is 300 today. Jackson Nkunku scored. It was 1-1. Onana from Everton. Yep, Amadou Onana isn't a bad shout. Yep, I think we should give it a shot and see if we can get him. If we cannot get Caicedo, but I still do think we can get the Caicedo deal over the line. And I wouldn't mind us actually getting the Caicedo deal over the line and also getting Amadou Onana. We can have them both, actually. Please like and subscribe, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 45 likes. Let's get it to 100 and shoot for 200, then 300. The target overall is 300. Coach, with 2 or 3 more good pieces, we will be up there. We'll Pool with Pool and City. I think I agree with you, Antonia. We just need to be strategic, and I think we know that. That's why you're not hearing us being linked with too many players. I think we're taking our time to select the players that when we sign them, they will solve a whole lot of issues for us. I think we will do that, and the manager knows that. I get it. A lot of the Twitter journalists and some Chelsea fans, they are taking the manager's comment out of context. Really, some are saying that we're very frustrated. He's not happy at the club and all that nonsense. And whenever they say that, they leave out the part where he said, "We're working hard behind the scenes. We're working to bring in reinforcements in important areas." They don't tell you that. They just go straight to he's saying we need to trim down the squad. We need to sign midfielders. We need experience. He's clearly frustrated. That's really not the case. I think he knows. He's working together with the club's hierarchy to get in, you can say, the needed reinforcements, not just signing players for the sake of it. Rain Guehi, I'm not too sure about him. And Guehi isn't an upgrade. If the plan is truly to sell Chalobah and sign up more Guehi, he's not an upgrade to Chalobah. Chalobah is a way better player, in my opinion. And the God of Frog says, I'm trying to figure out a name. How to shout you out whenever I see you in the stream see in the chat there. I'll find it a way soon. We really should have won that game last night, but nobody decided to take Gordon and Kukurea for giving him extra space. I don't get it. These things happen. You can say these things happen. I'm not worried too much. There are lots of positives than negatives. Honestly, that's what makes me happy. And the manager, Mauricio Pochettino, let me say it like Jerry Z, he's magic, and he's actually shown, look how, with the little time he's had with the players, look how they've improved fitness-wise, and they're playing as if they played together for a while. You can see there's a tactics. You can see them executing the manager's tactical demands on the pitch and all that. So those things are, again, mean a lot to me than the mistake from a single individual, which can be sorted out. But I appreciate you saying that. Poch needs to get in his ears and tell him to stop taking rash decisions. You can say to be a bit, you can say disciplined. I get it. He operates like a sweeper defender, but he needs to be a bit more a bit more. You can say disciplined. He's actually a fine player. In terms of his passing range, in terms of his footballing intelligence, I would take him over Kukurea and see if I can get him to be not to be that rash in terms of decision making, because he's able to find passing lanes where you don't expect one exists. But his biggest flaw is him he's always out of position. In every game, you find him on a few occasions out of position, and good managers will exploit that. Yeah, good point there. Sterling will get Poch sacked. He will not. I think Poch will drop him on the bench before that happens. He's a smart manager. Kukurea and Sterling need to go. And let's see. And those are two players actually are two of the biggest earners at the club. So it won't be easy to sell them. Let's see what we have here. We still need another CB. I think the club will look to sign another CB, and Chalobah stays. That's how I see it. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. And also, If you haven't, do subscribe to the channel. We're 50 likes. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible, people. We're finished then. No, we're not. I think we're fine. Be calm. Be calm. Honestly, I trust the club's hierarchy. They've proven that they know what they're doing. To anyone in the chat that has a Saudi connections, Korea and Stalin won't stay. Won't say no to any offer unlike Mbappe. I think they will take it. And if you're watching, please go check out the Added Time podcast. Click the three dots to the right of his name, and click on go to channel. Please go subscribe. He's a brother I respect and love so much. Probably has other you could say priorities that hasn't allowed him to stream that much. But I hope he'll be back soon, because I love going. You can say joining him whenever he has a show on. Santos should stay, in my opinion. I think he stays. Here's a giveaway for you. He didn't start because the manager probably has seen enough and wants to give other players a chance to look at other players even more. But for Santos, I think he's most definitely stays. Casadei, question mark. There are other players there that still, but the fact that Santos didn't stay, to me, in my opinion, the manager have seen enough and feels like he's good enough to stay, but wants to take a look at a good look at other players there. Supreme Course, greetings to you. I hope you're doing well. Delicious comment from you, Coachella. Stalin and Gallagher always hurrying in, making a mess of opportunities. May I have your permission to tap in your favorite Kukurea in those brackets? Go ahead, dump him in there. I agree with you, brother. Much love to you. If anyone saw the Brighton Brentford game, Caicedo looked miserable. Let the man go. Free the man. Here's the thing. I get it. Managers will feel like, yeah, he will be all right. No. But once that happens, you can say, once his head is turned and he doesn't get the move he's pushing for, I think it'd be difficult to get him to be present-minded or to be performing at the highest level. But that is just my opinion. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Pochettino was telling Gallagher yesterday that he was not closing the spaces that he needs to close up when the attackers are pushing forward. Well, thank you. Good observation there. A lot of people miss all, nice to see you, my brother. I was right about us getting the draw. Pochettino is very flexible and has great ideas and tactics. What is holding us back is the board. They're not holding us back. Did Pochettino tell you that? No, they're working. I don't want them to just, you can say, rush into the market and sign whatever player that's available. They need to take their time. The sort of time it took them to find Jackson and unearth him from a Villarreal and bring him in. That's what I want them to do. And I trust them, honestly. Poch made it painfully clear that the squad is unbalanced. Not painfully clear. He's just telling you. I think what we are actually, you can say, blowing it out of, should I say, a context, really. He just told you, yeah, we have a problem there, but that doesn't mean the man isn't happy. Did you forget the part where he said, we are working hard to bring in reinforcement? That's the thing. And I don't think we're going to the season with just the squad we have. We'll sign a few players. And the plan has always been to take our time to look at the squad we have, to see who stays and who leaves. And then have a good idea with regards to what sort of profile of players we're looking for. I even saw Arsenal beating Barcelona 5-3, which was another crazy scoreline. Goals galore, you could call that. Xavi has said Arsenal played as if they were in the UEFA Champions League final. Yep, Chelsea facing Fulham next on Sunday, 7:45 a.m. or p.m. your time. I think that one, what time my time? I can actually remember, 11:45 a.m. my time. Guehi is upgrading, my opinion, bro. Here's the thing. One thing I like about your comment, the disclaimer, in my opinion, and that's how we operate here, if you get my point. Midfield with experience. So who would that be? I'm not sure. Honestly, I can't even pronounce the name you have there. Caicedo has experience, but I think we need an even more experienced player, even beyond Caicedo. But let's see what the club does. I'm quite sure that we will find a solution. I'm not that too concerned. If I've read your comment, I will skip your subsequent comments so that I can say hello to the others, and we'll address the about three items that are not related to the match. So we go straight to reviewing the match in question. Jackson is looking the real deal. He is the real deal already for me. I raise my hands and say, I didn't know he was like that. I am very impressed. It's a pity he's only signing the board got for Poch so far. Yeah, did we actually need to sign too many players in the first place? No, we need to just to sign a few. About one or two at least, at most at least two in the midfield area, a goalkeeper, and one more defender. Even if Chalobah stays, if that makes sense. Yeah, Starling to Saudi Arabia. Petron Pierce, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Let's see that happen. Kukurea disappointed again. Him and Starling have to stay up, step up soon, or they will be surplus to requirement, or they will drop to the bench. I wonder something according to some fans, we should sign an experienced player just because he has experience, and the criteria should be quality, in my opinion. I think that is an unwritten rule, really. Yeah, experienced player, but it has to be quality. It doesn't have to be experienced, but Danny Drinkwater or Ross Barkley. No. I think that's common sense, really. In my opinion, not experienced, but in my opinion, both quality. We need balance. And my bro Bobby is in the house. I appreciate you finding the time to join, Bobby. Smash the like button, people. We have 59 likes already. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible. Subscribe and support the channel. I appreciate you all. Big up to you too, Chelsea, all the way. Let's see. I'm going to skip your comment if I've looked at your current comment. Love all on the channel and chat. Much love to you too, Bobby the GOAT. Let's see. I will be watching the Heats game tonight on BBC. Okay, 4 p.m. Okay, kickoff always against an Andorra team, Interclub. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what team you're referencing there, I have to be honest. How many of you have watched the Podge's post-game presser? A lot of good things were said, but the game was dropped in his last statement. Kepa is an excellent goalkeeper. You want to get people crying right now. I don't want to get into that argument. Raheem Sterling, please get out of my club. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. I know you are of all people. You do know it's not as simple as it sounds. Even though I want him out too, I've come to the realization that his salary is a huge problem. The match made in glaringly clear how much we are missing a high quality six. Fernandez even looked angry when coming off. I think we'll be okay. He should calm down, and I'm sure he knows that. People still think football is some computer game, a mid-table, and it's Korea. If you ever played football, you won't know those types of mistakes can happen. Yeah, when if it happens consistently, then it becomes an issue. Bashir Humphrey flying under the radar. I think he's proven he's a good player. He's so calm on the ball, but that's the starting aspect of it. I want to see him being tested and tested properly. Then that's how we know whether he's ready to be part of the first team. But you could argue it wouldn't hurt to have a mix of youth and experience, and him being one of the youth defenders there. But let's see what the club want to do. Yep, I understood that was what you meant there. Has experience being trash player respectfully. Wow, Rain. Sterling needs to improve really. Poch must play Enzo and Santos together and build a chemistry. Here's the thing: it's still preseason, so chances are even against Fulham, we'll still see you could say an 11 that if you'd know quite well that those will not be starting for us in the coming season. So he's still giving players a time to take the time to take a closer look at them to see if they're ready or not. Constantine Dante, always nice to see you. Much love to you too, brother. Appreciate you joining on. Much love to you. Let's see what else we have here. Watch the press, Akachila. He said it straight up. Working hard means little. Yeah, but does that mean he's frustrated? That doesn't mean he's frustrated. Here's the thing. I watched it, and again, I don't think he's not happy. He understands we need something. I'm quite sure he's told the club's hierarchy that we need something, and I'm quite sure they recognize, they agree with him. We need some signings, and I'm quite sure they're working on it. So I'm not going to take it and run with it. It doesn't help to create narratives that will, you could say, divide the fan base, or start, you could say, causing the fans to start pushing narratives that doesn't make sense. I don't operate like that, really. Morning to you too, Chelsea Blue. Poch has a plan, but we need players. I can see it, but he needs some more players, and I'm sure the club knows it, and I'm sure they're working to get him the players he's asked for. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And Henderson has moved has now signed with Saudi Arabia. Al Ittihad, he will make a lot of money there. So congratulations to him. Also heard the Bayern Munich are hoping to sign Harry Kane and get that deal done before August 6th. I think they can get it over the line because it looks like he is actually looking to leave. He doesn't want to stay at the club anymore, in my opinion. Hello, brother. Hello to you, Till and Phil. Enzo is worse than J5 defensively. The NC just walks past him without putting effort. His thing, Enzo, he's not a defensive midfielder in the first place. He's just more of a again. If anything, he's a deep line playmaker. And if you ask him, he'd tell you that, and we knew that. So yeah, but Casadei and Carney put Enzo to shame. I'm sorry, that's your opinion. Sorry, Kuchila, I think you are defending the ball too much. We clearly need reinforcement. That is an undeniable fact. I'm not saying we don't need reinforcement. I'm just saying they know quite well what we need, and I'm sure they're working on it. That's just my opinion. And you're entitled to say they're not working on it. That's how we operate here. I don't get mad at you for your opinion. I hope you're not getting mad at me for my own opinion, but I get it. I'm not defending them. I'm just saying I'm quite sure. That's the only thing I said. I'm quite sure they know we need reinforcement, and they have had conversations with the manager discussing what we need, and they're not just gonna, because they've had conversations, and just go in the market and sign whatever player that's available there. They're not going to do that. As for now, Jordan Pickford is available. He's a better close shot stopper than Kepa. Andrew Phillips says, okay, maybe we're looking at him or other goalkeepers. I'm not sure what goalkeepers we're looking at right now. Kukurea made a mistake. Why didn't Kepa stop that ball from going into the net? Seems anything on target goes in. Here's the thing. Do I think he should have been able to stop that one? I don't know, but it was well placed. It wasn't about power; it was about placement. And in my opinion, I'm not going to get into the argument of whether Kepa should have stopped that. I think the club are looking to sign a new goalkeeper. And yeah, if you're basing your judgment that we're stuck with Kepa based on what Mauricio Pochettino said about Kepa being good, do you think he'd come out and say Kepa is a bad goalkeeper and should have stopped that? He will never say that. Even if the club plans to replace Kepa Arrizabalaga, he's not going to say that. Let me make that clear to you. In my opinion, Liverpool got more money from signings to Saudi Arabia teams than Chelsea. The question is, the players are sold to Saudi Arabia from Liverpool. How old were they? How many players did they sell? Is this Henderson alone? I don't know. It depends. Maybe he's younger than the players we sold. Look at the ages of the players. I think that may well tell you what you need to know. I don't know. Good morning, my beautiful Chelsea family. Good morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Starling, learn Arabic soon because you're moving there. Mark Smith, I appreciate you saying that. If you think Enzo will put in a defensive shift, you must be drunk. I don't need to be told. I've always known he's not defensively sound. He's not the best defender in the world. If anything, he's just a deep line midfielder. It's not, for me, he's not traditionally a 6, actually. The closest he is a regista, and it's as simple as that. I didn't expect him to be that defensively sound. Remember that was a full strength Newcastle team. We made many changes, and we still played well overall. Nicolas Jackson is going to be the next big thing in our club. I enjoy watching him. I think we all do. If we get Caicedo, I will pair him with Santos. Okay, let's see what, and play Enzo well. Let's see what the club does. I thought Moussa Dembele was going to sign with Everton, but no. Now with the Saudi Arabian team, while Mbappe has rejected the chance to go to Saudi Arabia, Mbappe is still a kid, probably loves playing football more than making more money. Caicedo is definitely needed if the squad or Camavinga. Let's see what the club does. Coach Jackson is a gem. The boy is fast, good control, can finish, just needs to learn to score headers and win the first ball. Okay, let's see. Again, he's still young. Yes, it does, Kuchila. It absolutely does. Okay, thank you so much for saying that. Not gonna lie, Santos, Kasade, Connie, and put Enzo to shame. You said that. I think this is the third time you're saying that. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to scroll to the to the very bottom. In a bit, usually, I try to catch up with what we have in the chat before I share the link, but it's growing too much, so I might as well just share the link here. Yeah, let me do that. Okay, there you go. Let's get it. Kepa has been making mistakes and unable to prevent balls from going into the net consistently, but some still want him going forward. Kukurea and it's get out. Here's the thing: people are entitled to their respective opinions, and you're entitled to yours. Just present a counter opinion and move on. For me, a goalkeeper cannot stop every ball that's headed towards his net. And for me, that goal from Almiron, I don't think Kepa could have done anything to stop that one. It was well placed. It was about finesse, not power, and finesse and placement. Mudryk, as left wing, not good enough. He can be used off the bench as his best. I think no, he did well yesterday actually. It's still preseason. I think the kid will come good. He's always just shown what he's capable of doing. In the breaking news, a deal done for Brighton. They've signed Igor from Fiorentina. Yep, I think that was done yesterday. Hello to you too, Kim. So I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, Chatalona got destroyed. Chiterona, I couldn't pronounce that correctly. Yep, they got humiliated. That's another way to see it. Maybe not humiliated because it was a high-scoring game. They scored a few. Arsenal scored more. I never say that they aren't working on it. I am saying they have been incompetent in doing so. I wouldn't go to the extent of saying they've been incompetent. But here's the thing. You have every right. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. I just say, like I said, what I said was that I believe they're working on it. So, and you said I'm protecting them. So I'm taking you to court. I'm suing you, bro. Supreme Court's much love. We're here to have a conversation and learn from each other. Supreme, you mean Kuchila is an undercover Bali agent? Wow. So you guys are coming at me like this. So the only defense lawyer I'd have on my side, you can say I wouldn't hope. The Bluetooth again probably wouldn't be on my side because he doesn't like me and I don't like him. Maybe Tabejo is the only guy that I believe if he's here he'd be on my side because he's a true brother. But that's by the way. And finally, Burnley have signed Jacob from TFC Hoffenheim. Okay, thank you for that. United lost. They lost again. Wrexham and Real Madrid. 2 games in a row. You could argue. I knew it. Haters will blame a goal on Kepa. It's funny. Well, I'm not going to go to the extent of dragging it with anybody because, for instance, the likes of the Chelsea all the way, you can't get him to change his mind. So it's a losing fight. I have my opinion of Kepa. They have their respective opinions of Kepa. And if they don't want to change their mind, that's up to them. And if I refuse to change my mind, that's up to me. And we're not going to fight over it. That's why we have a show. We all cannot agree. If we all agree, then we don't have a show. Rain Onana considered 2 goals. Fans wanted him to. So, of course, Kepa would concede goals. He has a best prevented goals stats after Alisson and check stats, friends. Unfortunately, those that you're arguing with will never talk about that. But that's fine. I'm going to move on so we can start talking about the match in question. Roger, big up to you. Hola, Senora. Grass. Assalamu alaikum. You think I'd forget? So I want to speak all of them so you don't have any to speak.
How about enchanté?
I don't know that one. So you
French.
Can give... I know it's French, but I probably don't know what it means. But that's by the way, brother. Bonjour. Welcome to the panel once more.
Good morning, sir.
In my opinion, it was a good game. Lots of positives. And then you could say the disjointedness we saw after the changes were made was expected. I expected that to happen. It's preseason. It happens every year, except when the manager makes just only 2 changes or 1 change or 3 changes. But this time, quite a lot of players came on. So the disjointedness, I expected that. So nothing surprising to me. But your overall observations are from the game, Roger. What are your... You can say the positives you saw and the negatives you saw. However, you have the floor.
So good morning. Yeah, I think there were many positives and a few negatives, of course. The positives were we tested their goalkeeper far more than they tested ours. And what impressed me were 2 centre-backs, Humphreys and what's his name? Chalobah. Listen, they're playing against people that are 6'7", much taller than us, and their other centre-backs. That's a very physical, tall team, and they acquitted themselves very well aerially. So that was pleasing. I thought Humphreys looked composed. He looked excellent. And speaking of composed,
ice cold on the ball.
Yeah, listen, but whether he makes this 22, 23 or 24 man roster / squad, I don't know, but he'll be either put in the development squad. I think this has been a good litmus test for him. It really has. I know we saw him briefly in another couple of matches, but this was a true test. This wasn't a 4th division team. This wasn't and yes, it's a preseason game. I get that it's a friendly, but this was a true test, and he acquitted himself very well in all aspects of the game.
You would think he's played with the team for a while.
He looked excellent, Coach. I'm pleasantly surprised. I think we have another star in the making in a year or two, because he's going to take time to develop. Do you understand? So I think this is very good. So he's a gem, an uncut gem. So he needs polishing, but excellent in all aspects of the game. Speaking of composure, I thought that pass from Mutson was inch perfect. If you notice, Jackson didn't have to do anything with it. Just let it roll past his hips and just pick out a beautifully well composed. I have to stress this. The chap has impressed me by his composure. Remember last year, and I'm not going to mention any names, but look at the plethora of players that had scoring opportunities but lacked composure. Please, I beseech you. Yeah,
you're talking about the finish, right?
Yeah. The way he finishes, he's composed. He doesn't panic. And then have a brandy afterwards when you've tried reliving last season. You deserve it.
Yeah.
But I think he's excellent. I like the fact that we saw Nkunku and Jackson together for the first half. This is good. They need to build up chemistry. Madsen impressed me. Listen, he's playing. Not is he only playing out of position. He's playing on the opposite side of the field. I don't know. This to me means he's probably not going to make the team, but he'll be in the development squad also. But I want him to be honest with you. Right now, my concerns, not because of this match. Listen, I said a couple of days ago, we have to give everyone a clean sheet because last year was an anomaly, hopefully. But Cucurella, wow. Now, he did make one good interception in the second half, but I'm sorry, he's all over the place. He's 62 million. We paid 63 too many.
Maybe he shouldn't be playing in that position because we've seen him do better in other positions. But
yeah, it's listen, I don't know what to say about it. Maybe he turns it around. Maybe he has a stellar season for us. But based on what I've seen thus far, he is. And then my cousin, what can I say? God, just
better give him a call and tell him no. They don't want you there.
Coach, just shoot me, put me out of my misery. It's painful. I'm like a wounded animal in the forest. It's inhumane to let me live. It's painful watching him. Listen, I too hope he turns it around and becomes the player we all hope he can be. Because if that's the case, that means Chelsea does well. But
yeah,
he's not in form. He lacks confidence. He's everything that Jackson isn't currently right now. Confident and composed.
Yeah. I agree with you. Let me catch up with more of what we have in the chat. The question is your observations from the game. If you're there, drop it, and we'll be interested to see what you have to say. Why people make it sound like Caicedo is the only DM in the world of Florentina, Luis, Onana, Zubimendi, and all alternatives. But for some reason, we want him. And I don't think we're actually looking for traditional DMs. Adane Ikeda Eugene says in Nigeria, 3 Australia 2. Congratulations to the Super Falcons. I think they're different this time, but yeah, they're doing well. But thank you for that news. Why are we buying all kits? You don't win trophies with kits. Get some experienced players, or we will finish 12th. But let me ask you this question. The Undertaker CFC, do you really think we're buying the kits for all the kits to be part of the first team? No, that's not the case.
Exactly.
So once you take your time to look at it objectively and figure out, okay, this is the reason why we're signing the kit for the future, and then you be rest assured we'll sign more experienced players like you wanted to. I've never been concerned with regards to the players who are signing the age. No, we know some of them, lots of them actually, 90+% of them will go out on loan. They're not going to be part of the first team or join the development team, if that makes sense. So don't worry too much. I think we'll sign players and you will see that. I think you see how the outgoings were like this. That's how you start seeing incomings too at the time. So don't worry too much, brother. Let's see what else we have here. Should have gotten on Onana. No, I'm not going to. Again, we're still going to sign a goalkeeper, that's for sure. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you too, Chelsea Till I Die. And Kinso, I hope I've said hello to you. Hello to you too. I hope you're not. I hope you're doing well. Kilo Navas is available. His salary, I think, will be an issue. Sanchez, let's see. There are other goalkeepers that are available too, which some of them I believe can do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga. But I'm not too sure we're too in a hurry to sign players. I'm just calm. They've proven that they know what they're doing. Big game for England tomorrow against Denmark in the Women's World Cup. Okay. Get the Argentinian goalkeeper, please. I don't know which one they're gonna get. It sounds like, from what we've heard, it sounds like the goalkeeper we're more interested in getting is the Portuguese FC Porto goalkeeper. What's his name? Diogo Costa. Chelsea, let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Once again, our defense needs to be looked at. We cannot be conceding goals. Yeah, we do have to concede some goals, and that's just from one error. I think overall they were solid. They did well, honestly, in my opinion. And they do even better by the time we have a more defensively solid at 6. And that helps, you can say, reduce, the pressure on them. Expect to win. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I think I was able to tell that was what you wanted to say there. To be honest, I think Chelsea deserved the draw. At least it's not a loss. The draw isn't a bad result. At one point, Newcastle played better than us. Kukurea and Kepa are nothing but two expensive clowns. Wow. Let's see. Mignon and Onana are better than Kepa. Okay. Stop using stats to defend Kepa. Wow, you can't throw it away. It's used in football, so it has to be used. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Sterling needs to up his game or get a permanent place at the bench. Ateshi Godwin, maybe that's what will end up happening. Bro, did you see Onana in the UEFA Champions League final? He was excellent, really, I have to say. As of yesterday, Celtic have now completed the 4.3. I'm sounding like World Soccer Perspective. Polish player Naroviki from Legia Warsaw. Every time I remember that name, I remember a certain Nigerian player that played there, Kenneth Zaibo, former player for Rangers International. If I was a Chelsea, I would go for De Gea. 1 or 2 year contract will be again what best shot stopper. We are gonna miss him. Here's the thing: I'm not gonna go for him. His ability on the ball is suspect. And every now and then, when you need them the most, he makes one high-profile mistake that will lead to you, you can say, regretting having him between the sticks. Do I think he's a goalkeeper? He's a good goalkeeper. Plus his salary. I don't think he comes to Chelsea to take a pay cut. And I don't think we can afford him right now in terms of his salary. Kepa is not good enough, says Peter Pan, for a club like Chelsea. Okay. Remove Peter Cech from the Champions League final. Chelsea wouldn't have won that, right? Wouldn't have won that night. I guess that's what you're saying. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Coach with the gamer setup. Okay, maybe I'm getting you to start liking it as a football setup, maybe. Yes, and Inter. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. But Kim, so nice to see you once again. It looks like school is over. Humphreys and Chalobah are playing the full 90 minutes. Was interesting. I think it's just the manager. Here's the thing: the manager has players that he's again his sure he's going to keep, and then he has players that he still has. You can say question marks over whether to keep them or not. So he's not. He'll be given. He give. You can say he'd be inclined to give more game time to those that he isn't quite sure whether to keep or not. It's simple logic there. So, for instance, I said, what's Santos not starting it's because he's quite sure what he's capable of doing. Probably might have decided he stays and then has to give other people 90 minutes or more, 60, 65 minutes to see them even more. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. What do we have here? Anything else to address here? Eddie Love for Blue. Mark Guehi is definitely an upgrade on Trevor Chalobah. I think otherwise, really. I do think otherwise. But here's the thing. It's a human thing. Always a feeling like the grass is greener on the other side until you get there. But that's just my opinion. Chelsea target Marco Verratti now closer to joining Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia after he received the offer of a 3-year contract that is according to Fabrizio Romano. And I think it was my friend JC who was saying, which I don't think he said something to the effect of us trying to get him. And I asked the question, do we really think we can measure the Saudis in terms of how much they're willing to pay the player? No, I don't think we can come close to whatever they're willing to pay Verratti. And Verratti, he just extended, I think last year, which means they get quite a lot from his sale. Kepa cannot save De Gea, saves impossible goals to save, but De Gea every now and then makes some, you can say, some bad decisions. I wouldn't take him. If we're going to go for a goalkeeper, we need somebody better than De Gea, really. Coach, do you still think Mbappe might go to the Premier League, signing with Chelsea?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think we can afford his salary. That's just my opinion. The owners may well feel like they can afford him and then make money from shirt sales and all that. But I don't think we'd do that, except if he decides that he will join us on a permanent, not just for 1 year and then go to Real Madrid. I think he's you can say his preference that has been clear to everybody that knows him for a while now. His preference will be is to join Real Madrid. I think Cucurella is better to play CM because he has a good vision. He's a good passer of the ball. That flaw, that again, him not being disciplined enough, always everywhere. I think that's a huge problem. And again, you can, even if you watching from the TV, could see even before the ball comes to that area, you could see he's left a lot of space. He drifts inwards. He's a good manager will exploit that. Even players on the pitch, without being told by their manager to exploit the space, would do that on their own. Intelligent players would do that. So it's a problem that can be solved. But maybe
Coach, the goal that we conceded, it started upfield. Listen, they took 3 passes to dissect our whole entire team. Yes, with a defensive error, I grant you, but you can say, where was Enzo? That was woeful defending or closing down. You know, you can say everything up front, and for people to say Kepa should have stopped that, no, it's a beautifully placed goal. There are certain goals most keepers, if not all, can't stop. It's that simple. It's like, look at Alisson, a world-class keeper. He conceded over 50 goals last year. Not all were due to him, if you know what I mean.
I just want to say maybe good morning, first of all, to everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think Phil, welcome to the panel. Let's let Roger drop if you want to come in.
No, that's fine. No,
no problem.
No, Phil, please go ahead.
Okay. He says, "Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead."
Oh, it's Luke from Sir Dave.
Oh, sorry.
Just to make sure. I probably think the reason why we're on Kepa is because it's been a long time that we've seen Kepa make a world-class save. That's the main reason why we all on Kepa's case, because now in these days, a lot of goals that Kepa concede is turned to a debate on whether if it's a ball he can save or it's a ball that he can't save. We want to see Kepa do something now. It's gotten to that point now because
you don't think he makes world-class saves.
It's been a long time we've seen him do that. I've seen him do it before, but it's just lately.
Well, you know what? Until the second last game, the penultimate game where we played our youngest ever Premier League squad, we were the fourth best defense in the Premier League. When you consider all the changes of the. Also, he made 3 world-class saves in a matter of 7 seconds that basically got him save of the year. So I beg to differ. Listen, I'm not saying he's the best goalkeeper. I don't have an agenda. He makes a mistake or he does something poor, I'll be the first to point it out. But to say that he isn't consistent and at a very high level, I think would be disingenuous.
All right, just quickly, Michael Owen has claimed he has been very impressed by Nicolas Jackson since he joined Chelsea earlier this summer. Well, he needs a scientist to figure out that he's a good player. Phil, you go ahead. You there, Phil? All right, it looks like Phil is gone. I'm going to get a few of what we have in the chat here, and then I'll come back on the panel and bring in Bobby to give us okay, you're back. Okay, you go ahead, Phil. Go ahead, and we want to hear your overall observation from the game. Go ahead.
Yes. Yesterday's game was a great game. You know, I was even actually for we Chelsea fans who we've seen the virus that we had last year, to see Chelsea play this and keep up with Newcastle. I will first say from a tactical view, we didn't entertain Newcastle. We kept it simple. Like, we didn't move a lot to chase the ball because you could tell that if we decided to press or something, Newcastle was going to destroy us, move the ball like tic-tac, quick and fast. So we was just composed in our area. So you could tell that there's a tactics and it's a structure where all Chelsea players are all on the same page. And it surprised a lot of we fans because we was expecting Newcastle to pressure us over and over. And I was one of the first people to say, wow, we have Chalobah and the young guy, Humphreys at the back. I was saying that was going to be a little shaky because Newcastle got pace and, they were going to hit us with a lot of, pace or long balls. And I don't know if they were going to keep up. I was ready to see a lot of mistakes to concede goals, but we end up still seeing it with Cucurella. But so far, I would say like all Chelsea fans should be very impressed with the performance from yesterday. But me personally, my own concern would be that, we're going to the Premier League and we still haven't found a cure to this fight at the back that all oppositions love to do. Because second half, Newcastle just decided to do 4-5-1. And I was like, it's not that serious. It's preseason. But it was okay to see that, like, what were we going to do? And the only progress that I saw something different, which was we started seeing our midfielders and wingers go behind Newcastle midfielders when they decided to, park the bus. And you could tell that we was trying to do something, and it's going to take a little while before we really, adapt to it. But I would like to see us have a solution to the opposition parking the bus. Because yesterday you could tell, like, if Newcastle would have kept playing at the back like how they were doing it, they were going to concede. So they immediately changed something to avoid that goal from coming. So I'm looking forward to a solution to destroying teams that like to park the buses, because that's where our youngsters could panic and, lose that cool. So I can't wait to see that solution.
It's a good point.
That's a great point. I think that's one thing we must go into the season ready to deal with such situations, because that has been one of our, biggest issues for 3 years now in a row. But hopefully we'll find a solution to that. And that's where the likes of Angela needs to be part of the team too. And Noni Madueke also, good dribblers, players who don't shy away from taking on opposition players will go a long way in dealing with low blocks. But let's go to Bobby. Bobby, want to hear your opinion with regards to your observations during the game, the positives and negatives. If you're there, Bobby.
Hola, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm here, guys.
Gracias, Bobby. Bonjour.
Merci beaucoup.
Bobby doesn't know which language to respond.
Honestly. Listen, my brother Roger is not going to be happy with me with one thing I'm going to say.
No, I know. I expect it.
Kepa Arrizabalaga is a good goalkeeper, but he's physically deficient. He's not for Chelsea. He can play in some league where or some other team that can accommodate that weakness. We cannot. Pochettino has no choice other than to sing his praises because he's all he's got.
Sure.
He's the only senior goalkeeper we have. But should we be relying on him? Absolutely not. We need a goalkeeper.
Was he
Another
responsible for
player
the game, Bobby?
that is a sorry?
Sorry, carry on. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, he's not responsible for the goal. Absolutely not. But he's physically not capable. If he was taller and if he had more of a wingspan, he would have got that ball. It's not his fault. It's really not his fault. But he's not the player we need to be our number one goalkeeper. That's just the reality. It's not even an indictment on him. It's just the reality.
No, I get it. I get it.
On the negatives, Cucurella is
That
a
wasn't
mistake.
a negative.
Well, Cucurella is a mistake waiting to happen. He is constantly making costly mistakes. He shouldn't be at the left back for us. Our left backs, if we must have them, should be between Chilwell and Maatsen. Cucurella, we can shift him into midfield as a DM, where at least they're the centre backs behind him to cover for his mistakes. Raheem Sterling should leave the club. Raheem Sterling is a carryover from last season. He is not good enough. He doesn't have good passes. He misplaces balls, loses opportunities. He is not a good player. Why do we pretend all the time? And yet we're talking about getting rid of Gallagher. Conor Gallagher is a huge, huge plus for that team. At least he's not a liability like Sterling. Yesterday, I keep saying it, Bashir Humphries, he's going under the radar. I'm not quite sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but he's an excellent defender. I think it's just because we have a young team and people think, oh, this kid, is not quite good enough. Loan. Some fans.
He was impressive, Bobby.
Very impressive. He is a good player. He should be in the squad.
He stood out to me more than anybody, Bobby. Sorry.
Absolutely. Chalobah as well. Chalobah is another one. I don't understand this ridiculous talk of him going while we still mess around with people like Sterling and Cucurella. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We have such a strong young squad. I don't think we need much. People like Chukwuemeka, even Casaday, Santos. Santos, actually, that was the best game I've seen him. He actually started to express himself a bit. Enzo, I agree with Coachella. He's more of a sort of regista. He's not really a defensive midfielder or an offensive midfielder. He's more of a central midfielder who can have some defensive responsibilities. And he's a bit of a playmaker. And I think we should start to put him in that position. And we can if we surround him with people.
Did he break up?
Surround him with people like Chukwuemeka, Casaday. I think we have a very, very good young midfield that is just crying out for Caicedo to come and just solidify everything there. And
strong nucleus.
Going forward, we still need. I watched a little bit of Kudus because of everybody, albeit there were clips. I don't really like judging players based on clips, but his physicality, his strength, left foot, right foot, eye for goal. I think he would be a better acquisition than Michael Olise. I like Michael Olise, I really do, but this guy is just that little cut above. We're good. Jackson, another sensational player. He's making Nkunku look a bit, what's the word? A bit slow and
pedestrian.
A bit pedestrian because he is so good. Whereas I think Nkunku is building up his fitness and eventually he will start to fire on all cylinders. Look, we're doing well. Honestly, we're doing well. I know it's only pre-season, but let me tell you, I was expecting it to be far worse. Credit to Pochettino. He's shown himself to be the manager we need. Now, please, 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 legs on knees, hands in the prayer position. Chelsea ownership, directorship, come on, get your fingers out. Start to support this man. Sort out this stupidness with the Caicedo deal. I mean, come on. It's just money. Everybody knows it. You know it. We all know it. Stop trying to be too clever. They have the advantage. No matter what you do, they don't have to budge. Make them budge by dropping them. And this dragging of feet, it's become silly. There's this is it Lavia, the whole thing with Southampton and then Liverpool's involvement and Chelsea just acting like they're interested. And I hate these sort of silly, childish games. We're making the club look stupid. We're frustrating a very, very, very good manager who all he wants now, right, I've got this, this goes on loan, this we can sell. That's all he wants. He wants to trim down the squad by about another 6 players.
And let me ask you this, Bobby. Do you really think they're not working to get the players? And even he did say they're working hard to get in the reinforcement they need. And I know you know it's not that simple.
Coach, I do believe they're working hard, and I believe they're working on it. But the fact is that they've been working on it, the proverbial word working, for a long time. Now it's time to start concluding. A lot of that word working, yes, I know it's not easy. Yes, I know there are agents concerned. Yes, I know there's a little bit of haggling. Yes, I know the club shouldn't make themselves look stupid or look easy, because if they suddenly pay money for one player, where does it end? Everybody puts a financial target on Chelsea's back and adds more zeros, which they're doing already. I understand all of that. But when it comes to a player that is really, really quite crucial to where we want to go, the speed and rate at which they're working at this point needs to go on to the next level, into concluding. The deal has to be sealed. That's just the point I'm making. But yeah, I appreciate they're working on it. These things aren't easy, but time waits for no one. We've got 2 games left for pre-season. 2? Is it 2? Yeah, 2.
It's 2.
It is.
Is it just 2?
Fulham and Dortmund.
And Dortmund.
Okay.
Then the Premier League starts in 2 weeks. I mean, come on, guys. We need to get our key players in place with this manager. He wants to now offload his squad. We don't want to have any unhappy players. The fortunate thing about it is that we took 5 goalkeepers. So that trimming down the squad by 6, that's -3 already, because we've got, we will keep Kepa, we'll keep Bertinelli, number 1, number 2. The other kids, I can see them going on loan because we need to buy in 1. So let's say that's -2. And then the rest, players will go on loan. People like Bergstrom, Gilchrist, that's another 2. And then we're looking for 2 more. So there's not that much to trim.
Angerin.
Yeah, Angerin. A lot of those youngsters that went with the pre-season squad will go on loan.
Woolly Mammoth.
No, he didn't go with the squad. Wait,
No,
he's
I'm
talking
talking about just generally, though.
Yeah, he's getting out of the club along with Ziyech. But we're talking about the 30-man squad, which is what he's talking about, that is with him now. He wants to knock out 6 from that. And if we add 2 more, let's say Kudus and Caicedo, then that means 2 more will go on loan. Now, I don't want to see Caicedo on loan. I don't want to see Angelo on loan. However,
but unfortunately, Caicedo will go out on loan.
Yeah,
I think
he will.
Promising.
Well,
he's promising, but you can still sense there's a bit more missing. He'd be better off going out on loan, because if he stays, he won't play that much to continue developing properly. That's the only reason why he'd go out on loan, not because he's not good enough. He is good enough, but if we're going to sign even one more midfielder, I think he's the odd one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
Yeah. that
That's
gets
what I
asked.
was
But
going
go
to
ahead,
say.
brother. Sorry.
Why not Santos
That's what I
instead?
was going to say. That if I mean when, not if, because it has to be a when Caicedo comes, then he will probably go on loan. Moreira, I think he stays because he's made it quite clear he's quite happy to do what Pochettino.
Did we? It looks like we lost Bobby.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
Just quick,
I
just
was saying.
just quickly here, I'll come. Just quickly here, the Evening Standard reports that Chelsea are ready to loan out young players currently on tour, including a defender Bashir Humphreys. He could be ideal for Leeds United with the new centre back needed. Go ahead, Lenfield. I think you said something. You said how about when Bobby was speaking before we lost him? You said how about Casadei? Or how about Santos?
I
Loaning
said
out
why
Santos.
not?
Was that what you said?
Yeah, I was saying, why
Sorry.
not?
Here's
I'll
my answer
prefer
to
loaning
that.
Santos.
Yeah,
I'll prefer loaning Santos.
Yeah, here's my answer to that. If you're asking how about loaning out Santos and keeping Casadei, was that your question?
Yep.
Here's the thing.
Sorry,
We're good in
my
the offensive area. I think what we'll lack is the defensive area. And of the two players, in my opinion, Santos is the more defensively solid. That's just the answer I have for you. But go ahead, Bobby, with what you were saying.
Sorry, I had a call coming and it cut me out. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Santos as a DM or playing the defensive position. You know what, Coach? You know what was making me laugh? I was thinking of you last night, and I said, Coach, my Gallagher is now playing that 6.
Yes.
He has become that 6.
And he did well.
And I was always saying that Gallagher, convert him, and he is an excellent 6. He plays forward, he plays back, not quite as well as Casadei, I have to say, because Casadei sometimes drops into the centre-back role. But he is doing that job along with Chukwuemeka. So there's him, there's Chukwuemeka, there's Santos. They're doing it excellently. And these guys are milling in and around Enzo. It is beautiful to watch. I tell you, go back and watch that game again. And Pochettino has developed a system that once they perfect it, my goodness me, we have a team on our hands, honestly.
Carney looked good. Gallagher looked good.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
but
yeah.
Let me say this, Bobby. Do you get my point with regards to the question that Phil asked? Francis, so to speak, asked there. I'm saying, here's the thing. If anything, here's why I think Casadei may well be the one that ends up leaving on loan again out of him and Santos. They're both good players, both very young. But if Santos looks more mature whenever he's playing than Casadei. Casadei, every now and then you see him make bits and pieces of stuff that still shows you he still has a lot to learn. Plus, I think in the offensive area, we don't have too much space in the offensive area.
Yeah,
and that's where I think he belongs, in a more offensive role than one of the 2-6s. I don't think there's space there for him. Again, in the 2-6s area, in the offensive area also, there's no space for him either. For me, I think Santos is ahead of him.
I don't totally disagree with. Circumstances may dictate the evolution of that, but one thing I am really, really pleased with is the way the team are responding to Poch and his tactics. We reduced Newcastle, who are a far more mature, far more rehearsed team than us. We reduced them to playing dirty football. They were trying to hurt certain attackers. You know, sometimes they'll try and hurt Jackson, which I didn't like. I was so glad that defender that was trying to nobble him ended up nobbling himself. Now that's one aspect of the Premier League. No, honestly, that's one aspect of the Premier League that I hate. Some of these teams, when they can't really play, they start kicking and using their extra physicality. And that's what Newcastle were doing. They had one outlet, that's the guy that they were making so much fuss about in the stadium. And apart from that, Pochettino's tactics actually, for large parts of that game, ran them ragged. And I think we should be very pleased with that.
Mr. Bobby, I agree with you. I'm starting to learn what you said, and I agree. When you can't keep up with skills players, the Premier League just gonna foul the players instead. And then Brighton did that against Cassidy with that red card, and they started playing more physical. And I'm starting to notice that has become a thing where, when there's too much skillful player on the field, the Premier League will start to play very physical
That's always been the case though for years.
For years, I'm just not noticing that.
Yeah, no, but even before the Premier League, the first division, it was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, that is the bad side of our game. I don't like it. I hate seeing. You know me. I love a physical game. I like strong players, but there were players there going out to injure. Yeah. No, I hated that. They were trying to injure Jackson, and that concerns me. And that is typical Premier League stuff. And the referees need to come down very, very hard on that.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. But here it is saying that Chelsea now looks set to miss out on Romeo Lavia after the Southampton number 45 decided to join Liverpool. I think we were never that serious about signing Romeo Lavia. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. People will have too much lined up here so that whatever I'm reading, it's aligned. We don't want to be going back and forth. And here's the thing. I think I've seen somebody thinking maybe I'm calling for Caicedo to be loaned out. No, I think I've taken my time to analyze the situation. I think circumstances may lead to him being the one, again, that's going to leave on loan. Of him and Santos. Santos is the more defensively solid of the two players. He's more offensive than Santos, I agree. And in that offensive area, we don't have too much space. And in the defensive area also, if you look, we don't have too many space either. And it wouldn't make sense to keep him, and he ends up not playing enough games to keep developing. So he ends up living out on loan. And the truth remains that every time we have too many young talents like this, it's often difficult to get fans to come to terms with that. Yeah, some of them will end up living on loan, which is the better option for them.
Coach, do you realize, based on his previous assistant, I saw in an interview earlier this year, and his recent statements yesterday, we have 6 current midfielders. He's probably going to keep no more than 4. So I wouldn't be surprised if Carney goes out on loan.
Carney too. There's a chance he goes out on loan.
Yeah, which I think will be... Listen, I don't see why we shouldn't keep him, but listen, what about Lewis Hall? Where does he fit into the equation?
It looks like he may well end up living on loan too, but we don't know until it happens.
Because this guy prefers a much smaller squad between 22 and 24, sometimes 25. If that's the case, you're going to see 2 or 3 players minimum that you would not want to leave out on loan that are indeed going to go out on loan.
And here's what I'm going to say again. If it means again, if we're going to keep Lewis Hall and he rusts on the bench, let him go out on loan.
No, I get it.
But lots of our fan base, we get so attached to academy products or good young players. Now we don't, but we fail to understand. We fail to look beyond how good they are and look at the fact that if they don't play an ample amount of games, that will they end up not being as good, not reaching their potential. So they need, at their age, they need to play week in, week out to be able to reach their potential.
I hear you. I'm somebody that I hate seeing our players leave, go on loan and all that. It annoys me. But I hear you, and I'm thinking Lewis Hall will probably more likely than not, and sadly, in my opinion, be one of those to go on loan. Why I say sadly is that I think he's better than Cucurella. I would play him ahead of Cucurella. Yeah. This is what annoys me about this sort of thing. And another thing that annoys me is that we send our players on loan vis-a-vis to people like Brighton and then and Crystal Palace, and then they start acting as if they've got a stake in the player. And if the player does well, then they start trying to take the player when we want them back. And that's another thing. Well, they try. They don't succeed, but they try.
Yeah.
Look at Brighton and the whole Colwill situation. Right from the word go, we never ever told Brighton they have they have any bid on Colwill at all. We made it very, very clear he's our player and he's not for sale. And now look at what they're doing. So that's what I don't like about it. But definitely, Lewis Hall, if sadly Pochettino is going to have a deficiency and not be strong enough to not put faith in Cucurella ahead of Lewis Hall, then of course he has to go on loan. But I would put Hall and tell Cucurella, just as Poch was saying, if you don't like it, go. Get out of here. Because we can't have this season. All these donkey things he's doing on the field. We can't have it at all. Lewis Hall would not have made that mistake he made last night at all.
And unfortunately, Lewis Hall is being counted as a left back too. That's an unfortunate situation for him. If you count him as a midfielder also, that place is jam-packed right now. But let me catch up with the chat, please. I'll come back, then we'll talk about Nicolas Jackson. It's important that we isolate and talk about him, what the signing has been. EE says, we lose control of the game every time Gallagher comes in. And I think there's an argument, the fact that every time we make a change, because it's not a single change, it's like about 4 or 5 players coming in at the same time, and that can actually be a problem. But you're entitled to your opinion. Let's see, Chelsea look way more calm when Caicedo is in the midfield. Yep, but you would not deny the fact that he's promising, but he's not a finished product yet. There's a lot more he needs to learn. That is just my opinion. I gotta going, coach. I will keep checking the latest updates and let you know what's been happening. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Patrick. Joyce, see you when next you come back. How many midfielders do we need for the season without a Champions League football? Question for the panel. At least
according to Poch, 4.
Yeah, at least 4. Yeah, and that's correct. 2 for each side of the 2 sixes we deployed. I think that would be okay. Let's see what else we have here. I am glad we took Jackson. Got subbed off against Newcastle players who were trying to injure him. You can argue, yeah, taking Jackson off was just a precautionary measure so he doesn't get injured. Because today for loan, why are Chelsea fans obsessed with loan? I don't see City fans yelling for their players to go on loan. Here's the thing. I think you're the one that jumped into conclusion. We've analyzed before. I analyzed the situation. I didn't just say Caicedo should go out on loan. If we can keep him and he gets to play, yeah, I'll take that. But the argument is he's more between him and Santos is more offensive, and Santos is more defensively solid than him. Santos can control the game better than him from what I've seen, in my opinion, which means more likely he ends up leaving on loan. And Pochettino himself has said that young players need to play. So it's not good for them to sit on the bench, which means if they have to go out on loan to play, they have to go out on loan to play. I know you like us a day, but would you want the manager to keep him and he ends up coming in every 15 minutes per game? He will still get there, but it would take more time. So he needs to be playing week in, week out.
So playing for the development squad, do you think the level is not good enough then for them?
No, I don't think it is. As good as he needs, he needs to go out on loan like one of the Premier League teams, or even the Championship is better. I would give him more of that experience. You say in terms of him being ready to be part of the first team. I think he'd be better off playing in the Championship or getting a loan spell in the Premier League or even the Italian league. But I prefer the Premier League, if you get my point.
I prefer domestically because of the Courtois situation.
Yeah, domestically, because the clubs if he goes on loan to a foreign team, they can tap him up. Even sometimes domestically can be an issue. See what they did to Levi Colwill. What's happening there?
Well, that and the fact that if he's out on loan in let's say Spain, and he meets a partner and they have children, exactly the same scenario as Courtois.
That becomes a problem too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So let me try and catch up with what we have there quickly. We need to talk about Nicolas Jackson, as I said. So we're not pushing. We're not. We love him. I like him. He's a fine player, but I wouldn't want a situation where he stays and then the majority of the times sit on the bench. That will not help. He will end up not reaching his potentials, if that makes sense. What else do we have here? Send me the link on DM. You're part of the group, so you can get the link there. Let's see. Santiago Munoz. Okay, let's see, what did Santiago say. Okay, you're having a conversation with him there. I like Connor, but if you can get that much cash for a role player, you do it. But I'm not too sure what happens with Conor Gallagher. The reports with regards to his transfer future is everywhere. If we don't get at least one proper DM, we will struggle in the EPL. Let's see what the club does. Santos better than Lavia. That's how I see it too. He would do more for us defensively. And Lavia isn't the sort of player we need now. He's more of an, in my opinion, I know a lot of people said argue that he can fulfill the DM role. In my opinion, he's more suitable for the number 8 position, or more of a box-to-box midfielder. Santos is the same, but he's more, you can say Santos is more defensively minded and can control the game better than Lavia, in my opinion. Obi Madugba, one day, I appreciate you joining. Says Sal Correa, Starling, and Kepa. And this says, Coach, I get what you're saying about the difference between the two. I see Santos as the more creative and mature. Again, he looks more mature whenever he's on the ball than Caicedo is. They're both very good players. They have those are some talents, but they differ in so many ways if you pay attention. How old is Hall? Can he just play with the under 21? I think he's gone past where he needs to be challenged even more so he gets better. Hall should be around, how old is he now?
18 and a half.
Oh, so he's still 18 and a half. So even at that, but because he's tested that, you can say highest level football in terms of playing for the first team, and we've seen how good he can be even playing with the big boys. I think he should continue at that level. Otherwise, I think mentally he's not going to like it that much. He needs to be challenged to get better, which means playing with the first team or going out on loan. Let me just check his age. Did you look at your spreadsheet, Roger, or should I just check here?
He's 18 years, 10 months, and 19 days.
Yeah, so he's still very young. And if you ask me, I'd say 2019. That's because I've been hearing the same for just 1 year. But yeah, we move on from that. Coach, yesterday I realized we are a little weak, especially in the midfield. Tactically, we're out again. We're outdid Newcastle, but how we told his team to play physical, which we lost. We lost the physical battle. You're saying left back is an open battle. Chilwell needs to step up. Chilwell, I have to say, I'm beginning to see that he actually starting again. I'm starting to see a lot of his deficiencies. One of which, the most pronounced of which, is inability to find passing lanes. Whenever you have 2, 3 players on him, it seems as if he needs space to operate, and that's concerning to me.
My concern is for him and Reece James to stay fit.
Yes,
to be honest.
That.
All right, let's see. As much as I love Chalobah, we still need to sell. We cannot just be making all signings and don't sell. We could develop Humphreys. I think he will be better than Chalobah too, because he's skillful. Wow. But thank you for saying that. Mobaire, Yap, Carney, Lewisol, Morella, Angelo Caicedo, Humphreys, dark horses. All need loans for consistent game time. Yep, it's important. If you love them, you better let them go out on loan to keep developing. If we can get Donnarumma, sure, sell Kepa right now. There are no substantial upgrades in the market unless scouts discover another hidden gem. I don't see why Kepa is not our number one. Sign another goalkeeper that's better than him, then fine. Hall is too good to be benched. I believe Hall. I believe Hall. Okay. And should be loaned out. Yeah, whatever you say there. Let's see what else we have here. Poch said he's keeping basically 2 left back only. And unfortunately, Hall counts as a left back from what I've seen. Lone Hall, I think he needs to go out alone if there's no space for him to be starting games. Just my opinion, I would rather keep Lewis Hall and send Kukurea out on loan or send him to Saudi Arabia. But good luck. Chelsea and Arsenal were leading producers of Premier League players in the last in the 22-23 season. Wow, some stats there. But Sundar, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Research shows that both clubs academy products each racked just over 21,000 minutes of playing time, but remarkably were separated by just 37 seconds with CFC edging top spot. Wow. That's some stats there. I appreciate you presenting that as delicious numbers there for us. Besides that mistake, Kukurea didn't do bad. I'd argue the same, but unfortunately, he's one player. Once he comes on, people will be paying attention to see what mistake he makes. Yeah.
Sorry? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just, for that last comment that you said, that it reminds me of somebody we used to have, Alonso.
Marcus Alonso, yeah.
Good pushing up, but bad defending.
But at least he would score, though.
Right.
In fact, he was the
leading. But whenever he's on the pitch, you see fans, you can say, waiting for him to make one mistake or the other. Just waiting for him to make even a mistake that's nothing. They take it and run with it.
It's starting to be the same thing.
Francis was still speaking.
Yeah, it's starting to be the same thing with Cucurella now. Where when the ball goes to Cucurella, you just have the impression of like, okay, he's about to either make a wrong pass or he's about to make a mistake. Defensively wise now. You know, it used to not be like that. Like last game, Cucurella he performed great, but bro moved too much. Like he's super hyped sometimes, and he gives you the vibe of somebody who just want to get the ball out of his position immediately.
Yeah, he's not disciplined.
He's not showing calmness, and you know the Premier League, they've done this to us before with Alonso. The ball kept going to the left. It kept going to the left. Ever since we signed Cucurella and Ben Chilwell. Now with Ben Chilwell and Cucurella, when they're both in the pitch, the ball keeps going left. So it's coming to the position where like these two players have to really now step in and clear that area, because that's where the ball is starting to go more often now. In every game, every preseason I've watched now, like goals is coming from the left side.
Yeah.
Right. That's all
right. I think we should start talking.
I don't think it is the same with Cucurella. Cucurella's mistakes lead to expensive goals. He did it in the Champions League, albeit this is a pre-season friendly, but it led to a goal. His mistakes are costly. That's why people point them out. And at this level and his particular level of play, he should be better than that. So I don't accept that people are targeting him. He's making himself a target with the way he plays.
Exactly. Absolutely. Spot on.
His thing, I think that's a serious flaw he has there, because teams will always exploit that, unfortunately. But beyond that, he's a good passer of the ball. He has good vision. Maybe that was why Pochettino tried him in the CM position. And but let's see what the club does. Santos was orchestrating the ball in the midfield with ease. I have to say that. I think he looks more mature than you could say Caicedo on the ball. If according to Poch of 4, then we don't need to sign. You think we don't need to sign anymore? Okay. Come on, coach. People love jumping to conclusions. Oh yeah, I know that, brother. Go ahead, Bobby. You were saying something.
I was saying this was definitely Santos' better game. Against Brighton, he was a little bit quiet. He kept it a bit too simple. And the Brighton midfielders were overwhelming him a little bit, I have to say. He relied a lot on Conor Gallagher in that game. But in this game, he came to his own. He wasn't just relying on Conor. He was imposing himself. He really looked the part when he came on. I think this was his better pre-season showing to date, for sure. And he can only get better from here. As he gets more confident, gets more into the team, gets more used to the way the team is playing and his role, I think we've got a player there in Santos. I really do.
Yeah, and usually I think what he did against Brighton is what I'd advise any young player to do. Your again, your debut, or when you don't feel comfortable, just keep it simple. Don't try to overdo it, and then gradually you can say you come into your own again, and show what you're capable of doing. Exactly what's with our Champions League matches. So let's please Salco Correa. Okay, nice to see you, Namaya Fawale. Zubimendi actually also has a release clause of $16 million or pounds, euros. Okay, euros. Just found that out, which is not a bad idea. But is it active now? Because those things do have active. Mr. Smooth says, "Hi, coach and panel. We're losing control to too many changes in the second half. That's preseason. You have to give a lot of people a chance to see who you keep and who you'd let go. That's how I see it. And then also the formation change don't help. We have found a hidden gem in Jackson. I think we'll talk about Jackson in a bit. Let's actually get on and start talking about Jackson. And I'm going to start with you, Roger. Unfortunately, we're changing topic, and I have to. But let me just say hello to people I haven't said hello to. Here we have Kalito. He says, appreciate you, bro. Nice to see you. He said, Nick Jackson threw Anthony Gordon out of the club like a drunken frat boy on $9 beer a night. Wow, I like that one there. And that's why I argued he can actually be physical, and JC thinks he's not physical. I think he is actually. But that's, by the way, I appreciate you, Kalito, joining. Kalito is the co-owner of Worldwide Chelsea, and if you're not subscribed to Worldwide Chelsea, go check it out now. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you the beautiful game. Says, unfortunately, when you have Kepa in goal, your last line of defense is actually your defenders. Kukurea should know this by now. Even though you're pointing out, in your opinion there, from what I'm seeing, you think Kukurea was the person his mistake led to us conceding, but at the same time, you hate Kepa so much, you have to bring him into that conversation. Kukurea is not even good at defending. Don't forget that they bought Alonso for only $9 million, but Kukurea is $65 million. Stop comparing expensive club versus Alonso. And Roger did say that at least Alonso scored goals for us. Chelsea need a new centre back and a midfielder. Let's see what the club does there. Kukurea has been the prime suspect in half of the goals we've conceded in preseason thus far. Wow. Okay, let's see. If Chelsea didn't buy a new centre back, the result would be the same in terms of conceding goals. I think the club will bring in reinforcements. That's all. I'll just leave it at that right now. I think Nicolas Jackson is still in the show in this preseason and will end up being the top name for Chelsea. You want to see Enzo play, Nkunku, Colwell, Modric play, but watch how Jackson slowly steals the heart of Chelsea fans. Big up to you too, Glenn 10. Glenn was busy drinking a drink called I'm not gonna even say the name, and he had to share it with me and told me that was the name of the drink, and I said I'm not drinking that. You should keep it. Practically the drink is, you can say technically the drink is called a butthole, and I said I don't want
what?
Yeah, a drink. And I told him I don't want. He showed me the drink. I told him you can keep that one.
You and Glenn.
Gordon and Tonelli was terrible. Glenn, correct me if I missed the name. Kuku should go back to the classroom. I think hopefully we'll be able to sort that out, because it's a glaring flaw actually in this game. Kukurea might not be up to the task, but the way some people are going about it is showing that he's being targeted. I think you could argue he's being targeted because people expect him to make mistakes, but there's a good player in him. But that behavior of not being disciplined enough is a huge problem, and teams can exploit that. And Newcastle, they were going through that channel a lot yesterday because they probably know the space will always be there. Chowa plays bad and it's fine. Excuses. No, Chowa plays bad and I say it's bad. And for me, I've said I think his own flaw is not being able to find passing lanes when you have 2 or 3 players on him. He'd go backwards with the ball. But you see where he fails is where Kukurea excels. Where Kukurea fails is where Chilwell excels. That's just how the two of them are. Chalobah Fofana is not suitable to play for Chelsea. Just play normally. Play Fofana. Okay, is often injured rather than contributing to the team. Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go along. Where Mudryk was quiet this time around. I don't think he was quiet. He was actually effective on occasions where the ball got to him, and he showed he's actually has better control than a lot of people think he has. I hope he gets better. He and Kukurea don't have any chemistry. You can argue that. Kuku not even good in attacking. Yeah, let's talk about. I think I'm going to stop here right now for a moment. Let's talk about. But I haven't said hello to Lucky. Yeah, the drink. Let him tell you the name of the drink. I'm not going to say it. It looks like the owners and sporting directors are setting a Poch to fail by failing to provide the players he's been demanding as each post-match interview. I think you're reading too much into his post-match interview. Did you forget the part where he said the club are working hard to bring in players? I don't think he's frustrated. I think we're still bringing the signings. It's as simple as that. Chilwell isn't the best, though. Yep. But I think we will fit a Poch's system like a glove if he is injury-free. Here's the thing. I'm going to say that of the two, I think actually Kukurea will fit Poch's system, but he has a flaw. That's a big problem. People are going to the left because Reese is on. It's on the other side. Yeah, maybe that's a way to put it. Reese and Gusto. I have to say, Gusto, he's proven me wrong. I've always been concerned with regards to his defensive ability, but he's shown actually he can be solid defensively. Go ahead, Francis. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, that last comment. I remember yesterday's game. There was a moment during first half. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but Pochettino switched Reece James to Cucurella's position to match up with the Newcastle right winger. What's his name? The guy that looked like Rock Lee, in the young guy who scored. There was a time in the first half where you saw Reece James go and play as a left back. It didn't last like a very long time. It was just like a little quick 3-2 minutes. And when I saw the coach do that tells you that coach doesn't rate Cucurella's with confidence as a left back. That's what I wanted to say on that last comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. What was the drink served in the bottom glass? It was in a bottle. It was in a bottle, and Glenn should tell you more. And I'm not going to even highlight his next comment, but I'm sure you've seen that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 109 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 200 by the time the show ends, because we'll be rounding up soon. NCIS has a weakness, and every coach knows it. Who is he referencing that? If this is what we are presenting for next season, I can tell you we are going to be a mid-range team. Screenshot my post. I don't need to, because we're still bringing, but it's there in the video. But here's the thing: I think we'll bring in more. We'll sign at least 3 more players, and believe me, we are going to be trying the left side naturally. I think so. And Ikeda Eugene Jackson does not have 100 million baggage hanging around his neck, so he will do well because no unnecessary pressure. Besides that, I see lots of confidence on his face. Yeah, he's a confidence chap. Let me speak like Roger. You can see him, his confidence in his confident in his ability, and that does go along with for players. Kuku 175 pounds, 75,000 pounds a week, and Sterling 300k a week won't last long if the direction we're going with the salary and players. I think we'd look to sell, especially Raheem Sterling, because he's not leading by example. I get it, he's experienced, but he has to start leading by example for the club to say, okay, let's keep him because of his experience. Yesterday, a simple cross with no pressure. Chilwell puts the ball in Newcastle goalkeeper's gloves. If that were Kukurea, you'd be hearing sell him. Okay. If this is the team, I think I've read that too. Let's see what else we have here. Let's start talking about Jackson. Otherwise, I would waste the whole day talking about every other thing we have here because we don't have too much time. And I'm going to start with you, Roger. We have Jackson. He's the complete player. He can be aggressive. He can be physical. He's quick. He's a fine dribbler. And he has that Diego Costa behavior of in your face. He unsettles the defenders. Doesn't give you space. Even when if you make any mistake, if he gets close to you, chances are he gets the ball away from you. And we have Amanda Broya. We have also what's his name? The French international. No, the French international. Oh my God, I just went blank. Let me see. I think I have something to the right here that will remind me. I'm talking about Christopher Nkunku.
Oh, Nkunku, yeah.
And unfortunately, I thought Nkunku would do well in a 10. He looked a bit lost. But
time, coach.
Yeah, maybe he needs time. But your thoughts? Are you one of those that are calling that we should sign? You can say appointment, or do you think we're fine as we are?
I believe. First of all, I just want to quickly say one thing. The one thing I did like about Gallagher was he tested the keeper and nearly scored with his left foot, his weaker foot. So he's ambidextrous. He shows that often. That's an aspect that we need to consider also. With regards to Nicolas Jackson, I think his greatest asset is his link-up play thus far. He gets people involved around him. He's able to hold the ball up and his assists. And this is usually quite symptomatic of a number 9. Number 9s know where they want the ball because they understand spacing, spatial awareness, And so, for instance, that assist, even though it looks so simple to Mudryk previously, it was well placed. He knew exactly where he wanted to have it. Things like this, listen, he's got 3 assists and 2 goals. So that's that's impressive. The one thing, though, that I want to see more of him, I want to see him dominating the air more. But he has been a very pleasant surprise. And this is only pre-season, this may not continue. But based on, I believe it will, though. Maybe not to this extent, but from what I've seen, and also obviously the latter half of last season, this is a chap with confidence. He has hit the ground running, and I think he can only improve and get better. I think we've got a bit of a gem here, a bit of a steal. We bought him for 30 million. Was it euros or pounds? I'm not sure.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll find out for you.
That could prove to be. I have it in my spreadsheet. That could prove to be a steal, coach. Really could be.
It's already, again, it's a good sign so far, and I hope he keeps it up. But
pounds, it's 30 million pounds, $37 million. So that could very well prove to be. We look back at it and say, "Wow, we only got him for 30 million." So that's a beautiful thing. Listen, this is so early in this project with this new coaching staff. It's hard to predict how things go. He obviously needs to stay healthy, but I think, do we need to get someone else? This, I think, comes down to how Broja is physically. If he is up to pace and doing well, then you know what? Then we don't need to. But if he's 3 to 6 months away from being where he was, then there's a possibility we do indeed need to sign someone else, because we can't listen. If Jackson goes down and Broja is not fit enough to play most of the time, let alone a full game, then you're looking at massive amounts of points being dropped until Broja returns healthy. So we can't afford. Depth is important, but I don't know. I'm naively hoping that Broja can return. And look, they're weaning him back slowly. Have you noticed that? He hasn't made an appearance yet, so they're not pushing it. So that's a good thing. But it all depends how durable this Jackson can be. We're one injury away from losing what could be a gifted number 9 for us.
Yeah, if you're in the chat, your opinion of Jackson, I'm waiting to see what you have to say, and I'll catch up with a bit of what we have there. Please, we're talking about Jackson now, if you're just joining, but I'll try to catch up everything else we have in the chat here, and then come to Francis to find, again, let's get his opinion, his thoughts on Jackson so far. But just give me a few seconds. I am listening to all of you. I will remind you all when Chilwell plays bad. I don't want to hear flimsy excuses. Keep the same energy. We will end the season. Reece was undone in the first half by Isaac. No one is talking about that. I think sometimes our players do more. You see, do again a lot of good stuff. Then one bad stuff will not be enough to judge a player like Reece James. It's as simple as that. It's just as Thiago Silva making one mistake. You don't hear people talking about it too much because he does a lot of good stuff. Sterling has to go. To where and who's going to buy him? Maybe Cucurella is not the left back. Maybe he's not. I see it like that too. AB, big up to you, Mr. Polito. Way Reece didn't switch sides. It was after a corner where Newcastle maintained position and Reece was playing a near post, so he had to stay there. Yep, to help keep the ship, stop them on that side until there was again a lot in play to reshape space for him to again go back to his position. I want to give Gallagher a chance, but he hasn't offered anything yet besides a finishing ability in the final third, and that is something too. In my opinion,
you know what? Listen, in my opinion, I think he progressed the ball well. He turned on the ball well. His first touch, for the most part, was good. I think we're looking at a different. Listen, it's a very small sampling size, but I've noticed it. First of all, the first thing you notice is he's bulked up also. He looks bigger. Am I correct in that? And the other thing is...
You can say that.
Yeah, it looks it. Off-season, program. But you look at him, and if you look and watch him, I paid specific attention to him when he came on. And I was impressed how he turned on the ball, how he progressed the ball. His first touch, there was one instance where his first touch let him down. Other than that, listen, he lost possession when he was surrounded by three people, but then a few minutes later, so was Enzo. So, it's because they swarm, they press and swarm. So, listen, I think he's improved. I think it's noticeable, in my opinion, compared to last year.
I've said that too. He's improved, but let me just catch up with the chat, and I'll come back to the panel. We're still talking about Nicolas Jackson. I'm gonna move on from a lot of stuff until I see somebody talking about Jackson. Now, I don't want us to dwell on that too much. People had a great Pope. Nick Pope had a great game. Must be burned. He must have burned out a lot of candles the night before because damn, saved 2 or 3 goals. You can say he was brilliant on the day, so he must have prayed quite well the previous night. We definitely need another forward that can play 10 as well. Okay, let's see, because today didn't look good either. Gabi, who gave away more balls than anyone in the midfield. Those who say Cucurella has not got to composure. Okay, I'm moving on I'm looking for the Jackson comments, people. Dybala. Jackson comments, if you're there, no problem, brother. I understand. Good day, coach. Good day to you too. Slick Nick action. Jackson, this guy. I think we got a gem there. A question for the panel. Swap Gallagher plus money for Caicedo. You know the answer to that. And you've asked that 1,000 times. I wouldn't mind doing that, in my opinion. But let's get to Ken. We're talking about Nicolas Jackson right now. What do you make of him? Gallagher, okay, let's see what else we have here. Okay, this guy is engaging and a leader on the field of community with his team. What guy in question are you talking about? I think he's talking about Jackson. Jackson is the difference between a proper scouting, the feet system, and just following trends or just paying money and signing a player for the sake of it. I think we did our research, and before we signed Jackson, we knew before then that Mauricio Pochettino was going to become our manager. So probably we did consult him and say, what do you make of this player? I think he agreed. And if you've heard him say something, I think I recall him saying something to the effect of, if Chelsea goes for a player, which means there's something special about, or something nice about that player before they sign him. And Jackson, he's a player, you could say, I would say a mashup of Nicolas Anelka and Diogo Costa. And you can say plus Didier Drogba actually in some aspects. Let's see. I think the rumors are that again he's starting to learn that. Now, I love Nicolas Jackson's style of play. NJ is a good name. I like that, but New Jersey comes to mind whenever I see that. Santos progresses the ball better than Gallagher. Okay. We're talking about Nicolas Jackson right now. I think we'll hit the Jackson part. That's a delicious one there. With the player, he's commanding and tells the clueless ones in the team like Kukurea and Chilwell to release the ball early to him when he has a space. And I like it. He's demanding. Roger, if you paid attention to him, he asks for it. And when he doesn't come quick, he speaks to his teammates, you can say in a respectable manner, like just put it quicker on all that. You can see him having conversations with them. I think that does go a long way. Before Santos was in Newcastle, was winning the midfield. Okay, we're talking about Jackson right now. I love how Chelsea is attacking. The Jackson boy is a really good striker, and to be honest, I have been impressed with the team, with the team's chemistry. And now, if they could work on the defensive side of the whole thing, then we are good to go. That's how I see it. Nick Pope, he's a good goalkeeper. I have to agree. His performances, you can say, do go under the radar. Nicholas Anelka is influence on Nicolas Jackson. They are similar in so many ways. You can say in his finishing ability, his intelligent runs. But in terms of aggression, you can say, yeah. In terms of aggression, you can say Diego Costa. In terms of power, Didier Drogba. And he has the three of them in him. What a signing he would. I believe he ended up being for us. Big up to you, to Mitchie Boy. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And
hey,
please
Mitchie Boy.
the chat, and you're watching. If you haven't clicked the three dots to Mitchie Boy's name, go check out his channel and subscribe. Let him know I sent you. And Mitchie, when you get a chance, share the link to your channel. Is Jackson going to start this season for you guys? Definitely. He will be starting week in, week out. Be rest assured that will happen. Let's say NJ means Jackson. Thank you for that. I think it sounds good, actually. Santos is doing well because he is the only profile comfortable in the six, which is necessary for the system, which is where we need players right now. Because Day and Enzo struggled this time around for the same reason. It's clear we need a DM. Do I think we're looking for a traditional DM? I'd say
no.
Really, I don't think so. Jackson looks really composed, and he makes all others around him better. Yep, he communicates. If things don't go away, he speaks out, and I like that in strikers. It looks like Jackson injured his hip again. I don't think so. I think it's fine. In my opinion, I hope that's not the case. Jackson, I am the one. Drogba, the kid is not my son. Glenn, I appreciate you for that one, brother. Coach, shoot to the bottom. Here is a question for panel. Do you agree that Nicolas Jackson isn't going anywhere on loan? Oh, maybe I need to consult Einstein and some scientists to figure that out. Some United pundits were mentioning the price of 30 million and getting shocked. I think Nicolas Jackson will go on loan if that makes you happy. I like Jackson a lot. Link-up play is on point, great speed, solid dribble, unselfish. Yep, more importantly, Jackson is unselfish, and that's one of the most important attributes I like from my strikers. I did not expect this. He is looking like a very good purchase. He's at this point, you can only say he's looking like a very good purchase. Let the season start, and he keeps it up. Then yeah, we should start celebrating at that point. Brighton wants Gallagher in a swap deal for Caicedo, according to reports. I think if that's the case, the club may well just say, okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Baby Droba, Santiago, okay, to all of you in the chat, big up to all of you. I'm going to come to you, Francis, before I go to Bobby, and then AD for Love for Blue. Francis, your thoughts on Jackson? Do you think we should look to sign you can say, like Santiago Mono was saying, the chart, a target man? Or do you think we're good as we are? Bearing in mind that Nkunku can also play in that position, and we still have Amanda Broya recovering. But you have the floor. What do you think?
I think it's too early to celebrate. I rate Jackson. He's a great player, but how many games do we have in the Premier League? You know, once the Premier League gets to know you, they become your best friends. They'll hug you until you don't touch the ball anymore. And also, we only have Jackson right now. We don't know what's Brojo's situation. Because one thing that I noticed big about yesterday's game, was when Jackson would left the game, all of a sudden Newcastle was all comfortable playing the ball from the back. That's why the game became very slow, because nobody was pressing the defense and nobody was, making that presence known. Like Jackson has already made his oral being known in the game. Because first half, Newcastle did whatever they could do to move the ball, faster from the back, because they knew that Jackson was a problem. Because Jackson being there, if you're moving the ball slowly, thinking, there's no presence next to you, he would take the ball. And that's what I liked about him. His presence was there, and it made the defense uncomfortable. Then immediately he left the game, the Newcastle defense had all day to move the ball slowly. That's why they had the ball most of the whole second half. And I like his chemistry with the players too around him, because you could already tell that him and Modric got something under their sleeve. You can already tell that the teams in Chelsea already know how to play with him a little bit, because when you look at the goals that he scored, he hasn't done it on his own. It came from beautiful and creative, play. Like how many balls did Reece James give to Jackson? Like probably 3 of them, but you could tell like Reece James knew to put the ball there at the right place at the right time, even though there were offsides and there were fouls, like with the hard tackle that they gave him. My point there is like, there's a chemistry already, like, growing among, players behind Jackson, because Jackson, as you could tell, there's a chemistry. But
and you can say it's growing. The chemistry between him and his teammates is growing quicker than expected, and that's because he communicates. He's vocal.
Absolutely. My concern now is I haven't seen Sterling give Jackson a beautiful pass yet this whole preseason. Now to come at him, but it's just a way of saying that, like, you see Modric try to give Jackson some passes in the right place at the right time, even though he has some type of interceptions. But if we're gonna want Jackson to shine, and with the way we've looked at how Jackson has scored these goals, it was through the right place at the right time. One release, one touch, one hit. It was done quick, nice and fast. And those are because of the players around behind his back. And like I was saying, second half, however, when coach made some changes, and let's say we have these new midfielders, I mean Gallagher and Sterling, and we haven't yet to see what's the name? Nani. We haven't yet seen Nani on the preseason. That's where my concern is going to be, because based on who is playing behind Jackson, it's already been proven that like he scored goals where the certain players that are being behind him. Modric, he scored a goal with Matson. Is that his name? Yeah, Matson behind Jackson. Yeah. Jackson scored a goal. So Nkunku also behind Jackson. Jackson scored a goal. But until you see changes, when Matson goes out, Modric goes out, all of a sudden, Jackson instead becomes the guy providing assist to help other teammates score goals or something. So that's what I've noticed. So I would just say that's the reason why I would say like it's a long season, but we're gonna have to get a backup for Jackson as well, because one hit, then we're going back to old Chelsea, just like the second half.
Get a competition for him, not a backup. Because the backup means again, he's the better of the two players, and if he's injured, the quality of the team drops. But go ahead with what you were saying, brother.
And let us not pretend that when he left the game yesterday, all of a sudden we went to old Chelsea. We wasn't giving the ball to Nkunku when Nkunku was a striker. We was moving the ball a little bit more sideways. Like I don't know if you guys noticed that. We started doing that more.
Something changed. Let me just
something changed dramatically. It's like all of a sudden we're not trying to find a striker, and it gave Newcastle more push to pressure us more, and then we were just playing fast ball and getting the ball out of the way compared to when Jackson was in there. And then that exposes us to say we need another striker, because that will be a great competition and a second presence should still be known. So we give these guys no rest, because already they're not going to rest. We got Modric, Nkunku, Nani, Matson. The defense are not resting. So the moment when you take somebody out, there's a gap, and that's what we saw second half. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, but thank you. Always nice to have you on the panel. I know you've been very busy, so hardly finds time to join. Jackson, Constantine Dante says Jackson is the first to sign the new hot shot scouts doing their job, or was it Poch? here's the thing. Even if you think it was Poch will only suggest a player, and then the scouts will take your time to look at the player and say, okay, you know what? Well, I agree. I think there's some talent in that player. So let's just give him all the credit. And there's no way the club will complete the signing of Jackson without consulting Pochettino, because we hired him before we signed Jackson, if that makes sense. We don't know for sure who yet. Either way, again, both either of the two sides, you say both you can say worked hand in hand to get Jackson. As I've explained, they cannot sign him without consulting him. Then even if he was the one that suggested Jackson, the club wouldn't just sign Jackson without taking the time to look at him. We have a midfield problem, and the season starts in less than 2 weeks. It is not looking good. I am confident that we'll still bring in the required reinforcement, and I think we'll do well. Jesse says, Kachila, there are some elements of Spanish league also in Jackson. Do you recollect during games, sometime somebody touched his side in, Jackson exploded and looked like a shot by an artillery fire. Wow. But that would change. But the good thing is that he can adapt to the Premier League quicker than a lot of people anticipate, because, yeah, he can be aggressive. I agree with this guy. Big up to you, to Santiago Muno. Always nice to see you, brother. Facts, I agree. This guy being a realistic Roger's style. Roger, you have Francis is competing with you with a realistic badge, but Roger is the guy with a realistic badge, and also the Devil's Advocate badge also. Lots of badge on Roger, but we're not going to get into that right now. This guy being realistic, and this one here says Jackson has the capability to score every game he plays. In every game he plays, literally, he just needs the right players around him. And I think in the attacking area, we don't have too many issues, except we just need a traditional 10. Do we have one now? I'd say no, in my opinion. We have players who always hear that, yeah, he can play as he's a striker traditionally, but can play as a 10. We want a 10 who's a 10. That's what I say we get. Yes, he needs one-touch quick passes, no waiting on the ball. He doesn't like to waste time on the ball. And I think that he's the perfect player to combine with him so far from what we've seen has been Modric. With an elite goalkeeper, a solid defense and midfield, Jackson, Broya, and Nkunku would be okay. Just add Shirky and Kudus. I think we can actually get them both, because the two can also play on the flanks too. Gallagher is really improving. I have to be honest. Again, I've seen some improvement, but unfortunately, if in fact the report from Chelsea all the way is true, he may end up leaving. But it's everywhere right now. I can't believe anything until I see it happen. When the coach told him to close spaces while the attackers are pushing, he kept to instructions. So, and coaches like that. Managers like players who are able to execute tactical instructions. Big up to you, to Chelsea all the way. It's not all about big money spending. Jackson is living up to expectations. I'm impressed by his performance. I am too. And more importantly, I have to keep repeating this. I like the fact that he's not selfish. Coachella, there's no doubt players will come in. The problem is when for preparations. Here's the thing. This is not the first time we'll meet again. The season will start there, and without us getting all of our transfer targets across the line. It has happened before. Hopefully, again, we do it as soon as possible. But yeah, it's concerning, I have to be honest with you, but there's nothing we can do. Broya is in trouble now. Jackson isn't just making runs, but also he is clinical. And it's also, I also agree that we need a backup for Jackson. There you go, the word backup again. He needs competition.
Rotational.
Maybe a rotational player. Maybe Broya will be the guy. We don't know yet. Hopefully he comes back. Should I say unscathed in terms of again long-term injuries? Usually you don't know whether the player returns the same. But let's see what happens. His inclusion has been immense. Yep, I have to agree with you. We have a 10, Glenn. Glenn 10 is a 10. Kachila, slightly off topic, but we have an upgraded jack of all trades in Maatsen. We already forgot the old one. Yeah, thanks for 55 million United. Here's the thing, Maatsen, what a player he is. He got an assist. He was the one that assisted the Jackson goal, and it was one time. And other players in the team, as the game progressed, had the opportunity to be quick with with their passes, but they delayed a bit, which led to Jackson wandering into an offside position. So, but Maatsen took it one time, didn't waste time. I think he's an intelligent player, and according to the manager, so far he likes him. But pay attention to the two words there, so far. So he has to keep it up to keep his place. But I think he stays. And I don't think he's been considered for the left back position. Let's see, what else did I miss anything? This is Kasade and Carney go well together. Gallagher played better than Enzo in that position. Okay. Brighton and Hove Albion are still keen on Chelsea midfielder Conor Gallagher as talks continue between the two clubs with Moises Caicedo. Yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like that's going to happen. Unfortunately, Poch seems he likes Maatsen in those attacking midfield position because he closes down fast high press. That's his defending background helping. Yeah, plus he's an intelligent player and he's good on the ball too, and that will help him succeed there. Maatsen, Gallagher, and Chalobah are likely to be sold. I don't think we're selling Chalobah. Just remember, I told you that. If it doesn't make sense, let's say we sign a defender now, maybe that's a possibility. Even if we sign a defender now, the possibility will be below 10%. It doesn't make sense, actually. We're thin in that area already. We may still need a striker to cover for Jackson during AFCON unless Broya will be trusted. Wow, that actually didn't come to mind. I think that's a great idea. We need, again, we need one more, a good striker too. Maybe Broya will be the guy, but we don't know yet.
Is AFCON this season, Coach?
Sorry?
Is AFCON this season?
I don't know. When was the last one played?
I can't remember. That's why I'm asking.
I don't remember either. So, yeah, I think this is very an important comment right there. Have you discussed Nkunku getting walked by maybe 5 times? I think we'll talk about that. We've talked about Cucurella randomly, but maybe you can say, yeah, have it on the screen and talk about it. Pot said Maatsen is in his plan for now. There are 2 words that you have to pay attention to. Either say so far. I think it's either so far or for now. Mordecai Bain, hello coach. We just need one more signing. Hopefully the Caicedo deal gets done. I think we'll get it over the line. Kuchila, take a look at Carlos Borges, okay, at City, and see if you like him. Okay, I will. Thank you so much, brother. You've mentioned so many good names, but unfortunately you say you're not on Twitter. It would have been easier to just send me the names of those players so I can just find them out and look at them. Coach always puts a $50 when he says, remember, I told you that, but I'm being a bit cautious this time. Yeah, I think it's looking like I'm going to do a $50 giveaway with regards to my promise if Angela or Gabriel leaves on loan. But let's see what happens there. Ian Maatsen's flexibility is very interesting to behold. I did feel he looked uncomfortable where he was deployed yesterday at the start, but he grew into it. He's an intelligent player, very versatile, like somebody has said already. Yes, AFCON is this January, so yeah, that's a problem, really. Exactly. People are focused on his one era, but forgot how many times he was just walked by in all preseason games. That's some great observation. Meet your boy. I appreciate you saying that. What else do we have here? We have this. You have what? You have Twitter. Reach out and mention those names. I'll check them out. Bring on Kudus. I think rumors are that we're close to completing the signing of Mohammed Kudus. I want to see that happen. I think he's a good player, explosive too. Pochettino says that Chelsea still have a massive and unbalanced squad with tough decisions to make in terms of who goes out on loan on and who stays. He also went on a rant about players demanding to be starters rather than earning it. Okay, and then their place in the team. Let's say was shocked with Kuku's performance yesterday. Matson started at right wing, but was not comfortable. He picked up then when shifted to a central position. But that's, by the way, Bobby. We're coming to you. Your thoughts on Nicolas Jackson? Do you think we should bring in a target man or sign another forward? Your opinion, Bobby. You have the floor. Okay, I'm going to try to read more of what we have here in case he's still is struggling to unmute his device. How Sterling isn't mentioned in all these sell and transfer talks is baffling because it won't be easy to sell Raheem Sterling if you if you know if you know you know. Let me just put it like that. Coachella, I gave you just one before Federico Redondo, and now Carlos is how you pronounce his name, Borges. If you're on Twitter, please send me those names. I like researching players and getting to know them. Yeah, but I appreciate you saying that. And let's see what Fairboy has to say here. He says, Broya cannot be the Jackson, not backup. He cannot compete with Jackson, maybe, or the rotational player. Even when he was fit, he wasn't that great in front of goal. So for me, getting another quality player with Jackson's skill set to rival Jackson,
I disagree with that guy.
Is a cost of wisdom. You go ahead, Francis.
Yeah, I disagree with Fairboy, the last comment, who said Broja can't compete with Jackson. Broja had bad luck. It's bad luck, man. It's bad luck. But by the time that Broja will get back in shape, if you're a player, right, who wants to play for a big club, who wants to compete, when you seeing a player like Jackson put it in work, you have no choice but to bring something to the table. And a player like Broja, right?
The question is with Broja, he's been out for a while, and usually there aren't too many stories of player recovering from a long time injury and being the same.
Yeah, I've seen this before. I mean, it's not gonna kick in here immediately, but I'm saying, like, let's say by November or December, now we're expecting Broja to have both his shoelaces tied up to finally start to run up. So I'm just speaking on the time that Broja is in shape, right? Broja will have no choice but to compete because you know it will make him look like a secondary, like, you know what I'm saying. So when you competing with somebody like Jackson, who's putting in work, running, sprinting, scoring goals, and you're a player who's in the bench and you come in, like, as a substitute, you have to bring something to the table too. And this is where we're gonna see Broja's personality. And me knowing Broja, what he did in his loan at what was his loan before even Chelsea, if I remember. Yeah,
Swansea or someone,
something like that, right? What he did on that loan on his loan time, he was banging goals. He was putting in work. He was physicality. He was doing a little bit of what Jackson was doing, but Jackson is ahead of him right now. So Broja is going to have to compete. He's gonna have to put in work because that's the main point of having a competition bench. So I trust Broja. Broja could do it. He just all our players from last year never had the chance to because we had Mickey Mouse coaches left and right. So it's not fair to put Broja under the bus.
No, I think we can agree. Last season isn't the sort of season where you isolate any individual's performance.
Yeah, you can do that of last season.
Yeah, the
Coach
team as a whole was horse doo to say the least. Coach Roger is in his prime. That's what we need. Players, experienced players. So it's not us. Sterling should be flashing his old coach Arteta. Arteta will fall for him early, but would have to sell him with a huge L. Bastino, nice to see you. Hi to you too. Broja will be injured soon, sadly. He cannot be a backup. Loan him out to Strasbourg, but let's see what the club does. Rain, I appreciate you joining again. I thought you gone. Sterling is the English factor quota. Wow. Southampton, I believe he did well at Southampton, but he joined us. He scored one goal for us and didn't play 2 minutes for us since his return on loan. Coach Michi Boy has been tapping your players, and you need to tighten him down, Roger, to a new long-term contract. Michi is a sister channel. It's a sister club, so he can tap up the players. But the rule here is that you can play for multiple clubs. It doesn't matter, but I get where you're coming from. But that's funny though. Rain Alba left. Yep. Let's see what else we have here. Stalin isn't talked about for selling for signing because he is the most experienced attacker. Pochettino has said he'd like some experienced players in in the team, but the board only wants to back children from the market. I think we are actually overreacting to the young. You can say the teenagers at the club is signing. They're not signing them to be part of the first team, for Christ's sake. I can't say that enough, but I think I'm done talking about it, really. To the last commentator, you sound like you are comfortable seeing Chelsea as a regular mid-table. Wow. Why are you judging people like that? Starting plays like ball is too big for him. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. So, Michi Boy, is to you what Strasbourg is to CFC. Yeah, you could say that. We're friends, we're family. We'll help each other grow. The guy who believes so much on Broya, he has every right to. It's his opinion. Those are three positions behind the striker are the all three attacking midfielders or right wing or left wing. What question are you asking there? Those are three positions behind the striker, are they all? No, they're not all. They're a right wing, left wing. Essentially, then that's when you become attacking midfielder. That's how I see it. It depends on, but to be specific, on the left hand side, hogging the flanks, left wing, right hand side, hogging the flanks, right wing. Essentially, attacking midfielder, the 10th position. Or when you have 2 8s, you can call the 2 8s attacking midfielders. Normally, there are a 3 AMs position. It depends on the structure. If you ask me, it depends on the structure, really. It depends. Normally, there are 3 attacking midfield positions in that formation. Older Poch teams use it like that. Also, you could say the application matters, but the language people are familiar with is the left wing, right wing. But it all depends on the application, on the players. You can say the players deployed there could define what role what you call them. Starling is experienced and isn't offering anything. He's not leading by example. When you're that experienced, you should be leading by example. But that's why with Bobby, if you're there, Nicolas Jackson, do you think we should be looking to sign another forward or another striker or target man, whatever language you prefer? We're waiting for you if you're there, Bobby. Before I go to AD. All right, it doesn't look like Bobby is there, and this is the second time I've reached out for him to speak. Probably engaged again, doing something else. But AD, if you're there, AD, big up to you. Your observations, the game overall. What are your observations, the positives and negatives for you? And what do you make of Nicolas Jackson? Do you think we should be looking to sign another striker, or do you think we're good?
Big up, coach. Big up to Roger, Francis, and all on the panel.
Hello, Eddie.
Big up to you too.
Hi.
And congratulations to AD. Looks like he sorted out the audio issue.
Oh yeah, I did. Thanks, coach. Yeah, I said the game yesterday was a good one. You know. But I mean, we should just realize that this is only preseason. It's good for us to have very good preseason.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I mean, it's very good to have preseason, but we shouldn't be carried away because we know we have too many young players in the squad, and Poch has also alluded to that, that it needs balance, it needs experience in the middle, especially because, to be honest, if we get carried away, I mean, I heard some people saying Santos can play, Caicedo can be in the squad, Chukwuemeka can be in the squad. I mean, we shouldn't get carried away. Premier League is not, is unforgiving. We have to understand that we are just coming from the back of a very bad season, and we can't afford to throw these kids under the bus. I mean, it would be a huge task for them to ask them to carry on and perform when the Premier League actually starts. To be honest, we need a lot of balance in the squad. You know, we start from the goalkeeping area. Kepa is not bringing any confidence at all, to be honest. We need the goalkeeper, and I've always been saying this. We need experienced centre back to cover Fofana's injury. And if Chalobah is leaving, we need a better player. We shouldn't go for Goy, in my own opinion. Goy is not an upgrade to Chalobah. I firmly believe that. So if we're going for somebody else, it should be.
Somebody's asking if you're in the sauna.
No. I wish I was in the sauna. Yeah. So it's just that Eddie is sounding different because I fixed the speaker from my hand now, so the voice is different, maybe.
No, the sound. Your sound is excellent. Actually, it's good.
Yeah, thanks very much. So, I mean, we should understand that when the season starts, I mean, if we cry out all these players, it's good. I mean, it's very good. We're having good preseason so far. They're playing well. We have a new manager. But I tell you, Poch is speaking out now because we're about 2 weeks away from the season starting. And we know everything falls on him. No matter how we want to say, oh, they're doing very well. If he starts, if the player he wants, like he's been calling out for experience now, if they don't give him the experienced players, he's going to bounce back on Poch. They're going to say, oh, Poch is a bad manager. He started losing and blah, blah, blah. He knows what he's going to face. He's been a Premier League manager.
Yeah, since you've taken it to that angle, let's address it. Would you go to the extent of saying it that he's a lot of people, they've taken his comment and they are, for me, in my opinion, blowing it out of context. Some are saying he's clearly frustrated. He's not happy. We're failing him already. Would you go to the extent of saying that?
Not yet.
No.
Yeah,
no, not yet. No, I don't believe he's frustrated. No, that's what I just said, that he knows the Premier League. He knows what to expect. You know, he's not a manager from a different league that doesn't know what the Premier League demands. He knows what he's going to face. So it's better for him to speak out now and let his voice be loud. Let everybody hear him that he's been asking for experience in the middle, which we all see that we definitely need, especially in the middle. I mean, if he wants, that's why I said, if they want to bring in the experienced players, let them bring them in. I mean, we cannot say the likes of Caicedo's coming in, Kudus, even Olise or whoever is huge upgrade for him, you know. So we can, and then if he has a goalkeeper, so he knows what he's saying. He's not frustrated, but he's kept mute, he's kept quiet, let them do their work. But he's looking that it's taking too much time, not too long. I mean, it's good to have players bedding from preseason. Look at Jackson now. If we hadn't got Jackson in the squad now, if he comes in the start of the season, Jackson will not have time to bed in. He's already seeing what he can do. There's chemistry forming with the players. So if without preseason, that's exactly what propelled Arsenal to having good season last season. They had all their signings in early. They've done the same, nearly done the same this season again. Declan Rice, Havertz, Timbers, and all, they all in for preseason. It's very good to have all your players in for preseason. So that's exactly what he's saying. He needs these players to come in. Don't give him these players when we have already played 2 or 3 games in the Premier League and we are behind chasing. Then the pressure falls on him. So if you want to do this deal, let them come in, let them have preseason, and then let there be understanding. He knows who he's working with, and he knows to trim down the squad to the number of what he wants to work with. So there's no point. I don't see it as being frustrated, but I only see it as being speaking out, because he knows what the Premier League entails. He knows that the league is unforgiving. He knows that you cannot afford to fall behind. Whatever you want to chase, be it top 4 is the target, be anything we want to target next season, you can never fall behind. So it's better for us to start.
And more importantly, those comments are responses to the questions that he was asked.
Eddie, can I just quickly say something? I think he also realizes that compared to Daniel Levy from Tottenham in his previous experience, wasn't willing to spend as much. He knows that this organization has deeper pockets and they have a project and is willing to do so, to back him. I think
exactly.
He knows this. Sorry.
Exactly. He knows it. He knows it very well. Yeah, that these people are ready. So, but even though they are more sensible now in terms of spending, which I also agree, you know, I don't want them to rip us off or to pull our pants down. You know, even if you have a ceiling for a player or a budget for a player, and the selling team has their own target for it, well, they are, but we have to meet somewhere. We cannot overpay. So, but he knows that definitely he needs to speak out for these players to quickly come in. Like, I mean, we've been reading, Chelsea talking to Kudus, Chelsea are in for Olise, will put in a bid, and that's died down again. It's gone quiet. So are we doing one deal after the other, or they're trying to do the ones that are not necessary? They are key demands that he knows. They must be talking. So he knows the areas where are crucial for him before the season starts. There are others that can come in. Like the likes of Olise can come in when the season starts. The likes of Kudus even can come in when the league starts. But Caicedo is key. And then I don't know if he's talking to them about having a goalkeeper. He's actually very key for him. And then asking about, do we need a striker? Jackson has hit the ground running. He's excellent. I mean, Jackson, you can see the way he's commanding, telling them where to put the ball for him. He's demanding it. And if they form a nice understanding with this guy, just get this ball. You don't need to do anything. Just give him that through pass. He's rapid. He's handful for the defense. I mean, I tell you, if this guy continues the way he's going, for me personally, I think he will be better than Harry Kane. Because I tell you what he has, he drops off and picks the ball from. He doesn't only stand and waits for the ball as a striker. He plays, he links up the play, comes as deep as midfield to connect play. and he can play from the right, he can run to the left, he's got that pace, he's got physicality, he's got everything. So it's going to be handful when he has proper understanding with the other people along the front line. So I mean, we've got a gem in our hands. I'm so happy about it, to be honest. He's really making me very happy and excited for the start of it. Look at what he did to Newcastle yesterday. Look, Newcastle, they've been so very defensively solid. They made them to panic. The defense were panicking. The defense line was panicking last night. So which means we have a gem there. So why not give this manager what he needs, the instrument he needs, the players he needs to move this thing forward? He's doing very well. So for me, the young lads, to be honest, they need to go on loan. And about talking about players going on loan and then other teams trying to keep them and talking into their head, I mean, it's normal, which means we have a good player that we sent out on loan. It's credit to us. I mean, we did it to Courtois. Courtois went for 3 years. He never wanted to come back anymore. It happens. When you fall in love with the play where you think you are okay, you're comfortable with, they speaking to you, they talk to you, it's now left for the player to say, yes, no, I want to go back to my parent club. And I feel
just to make it easier for some people to understand. You see how if you live in a certain place for a while, moving to a new place becomes difficult.
Exactly.
Just see it that way. It's no different for the footballers than that kid. That's again what I just referenced right now. But go ahead. Yeah,
exactly. So if they move like Cowell now saying, I mean, they're talking to him. They must have spoken to him. They had him for the whole year, and he's seen their project. They must have sold their project to him, and he wouldn't be comfortable seeing players leaving Chelsea as well. You know, so he might be thinking both ways. Do I just stay here? Don't let me commit myself to Chelsea. Even though I don't like it, I want him to come out straight and say, yes, I'm a Chelsea player. I want to stay here. Whatever happens, we wait and see. I want to fight for my space. Those are the words that I expect to be coming from him. But if he's not saying that, well, I don't know what Brighton have told you. But like I said, Brighton has signed a centre-back. Maybe they're moving on from him. Now we're hearing about them interested in Gallagher. So we wait and see what's going to happen there. I think something will happen, but they need to do it quickly.
Yeah. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I'll go to Martin. Oh, always nice to have you on the panel, Eddie. I appreciate that. You say that contribution from you, and I'll go. Martin, I'll get to you in a bit. This says, would De Gea be a good signing for Chelsea? I don't think we're looking at him, and I wouldn't want us to sign him really. Exactly. That's why we need signings to make a balance. Thank you, Ghanaian brother on the panel, for saying that. Okay, I appreciate that. We know we need signings. Let's assign another striker for dynamism. Okay, to mix it up a bit, maybe. We are not signing experienced older players over 23. I think Constantine Dante always brings that up. The project they have again they're looking at players at a certain age. I mean, experienced striker. Yeah, okay, let's see what else we have here. Where is Bali relentless spending now, because they've learned they're not going to be spending like that year in year out. Yes, this is Mitchell Boy. Mitchell, I haven't gotten the check yet. If you don't know, I'm just kidding anyway. Mitchell Boy saying, please pop up and let's subscribe to Mitchell Boy's channel, his YouTube channel. He has a live show scheduled for Tuesday and Thursday. That is 7 p.m. UK time. Yeah, here's the link to his channel also. Be sure to subscribe. Let's help him grow. He's a good person. Again, always helps others. And unfortunately, usually during the day, I'm sleeping, but I'll still find time to go be on his channel very soon. Again, things will balance out even more once my in-laws come back. Yeah. Chemistry is the key. The season we signed Costa and Fabregas early again in the transfer window. We hit the ground, we're running in. We went on to win the league. Early business is best. That's the truth. I couldn't agree more with that. And Mitch, I was going, okay, just having a conversation with Mitch there. Mitch Boy says, to be fair, the club have a lot of work to do. We will get 2 or 3 more in, that's for sure. At least 3, but I think it will be beyond that. Brighton can only sign Kudus if a big name player is sold, according to Fabrizio Romano. Okay, that's a puzzle right now. If a big name player is sold, and we are trying to buy Moises Caicedo from them, and we're also on the verge of completing, according to reports, completing the signing of some reports. Let me say, according to some reports, we're close to completing the signing of Mohammed Kudus, which they want. That compounds the whole thing, if you ask me. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Okay, just 1 second. I think I heard the knock on the door, but let me catch up here. Could argue we are playing with 10 men when Starling plays. Just isn't working with him. I think I agree with you. You heard Kudus hasn't shown up his face at training for a couple of days now, and they're telling us he's injured. I don't believe that. I think it's because he's leaving. What else do we have here? Let's see. Let's see what else we have here. I like the preseason point AD is making. It's very important. Important signings are in early enough for the preseason. But it seems that the club is wasting time on certain players. There's some solid argument right there. I think we should go for Onana from Everton, Amadou Onana, or Kessie from Barcelona. Those are two good names, actually. I wouldn't even mind Partey from Arsenal, honestly. If the club doesn't want to sign any more players, just tell the manager instead of monitoring or interested in want to sign, looking at I'm not concerned. I think we'll bring in players. The issue is it doesn't look like we'll bring them in again early enough, but still that is something better than nothing. I'm gonna go take care of something quickly, and I'm handing over to you. Roger. I'll be back in a minute. But Martin, it's your turn. Your observations are from the game, and also what do you make of Nicolas Jackson? You go ahead. You have the floor.
Hello, Martin.
Big up everyone. Wow, this game revealed a lot, and yeah, I mean, we can focus on the positives, but we're already familiar with those at this point in time. So it's all, I feel like the players that we know would draw us back are exposing themselves. The Cucurelas, the Sterlings, the Kepas, and it's a bit disappointing. And also, it also showed them the missing piece in the midfield. I think every other thing else is set. Ian Martin, playing on the right wing is another interesting side of things. And I think Poch, he's actually very, very deliberate in the way he wants to use Martin. And another thing people haven't noticed about Martin, his touches are so crisp. Like he's always on point with his passing, his deliveries, his movement. He's so assured on the ball, and I feel like that's such a huge quality to have at such a young age. The sky's his limit like that. So on the game, it was as expected. We set up good. Our defensive structure was nice. The press was a bit half-hearted, but in the first half and the second half, but that can be worked on. Bashir Humphries was really comfortable on the ball. Like I was actually surprised about how deliberate he was with his passing and holding on to the ball sometimes, inviting the press and then laying it off. Kepa, could have done better with his distribution, but I mean, it's Kepa, so what more can we say about him at this point in time? So yeah, it was a good game. James, Chilwell, Cucurella, Santos, Casadei was good as well. The attacking front, Modric looked so sharp. I'm not sure people realize how confident he's feeling at this point in time. Like he looks like the Modric we expected to sign, and I'm looking forward to seeing him, perform in the season. Jackson is amazing. I told you guys from the very beginning. I've watched this brother. He is the deal, and the fact that he can dribble, and he has the speed and the intelligence, to play and to come short or running behind and all of that, that would always work well in the Premier League. Always. We just need to make sure that he stays fit. But the worrying thing I'm beginning to look at now is Broya. We haven't, heard anything else from Broya since, since they traveled, and I think that's a bit of a concern. I feel like he might not be ready to start the season in the way we intend to start the season. And if that's the case, then what's the plan? Wahi was a bid was rejected for him, I think yesterday or the day before. 21 million. They want 30, which is very possible. So it's like, what are we doing? Is Broya ready for the season? And if it's not, we, are we going to
I
keep
don't
him?
think so.
Yeah, are we going to keep him just for the sake of keeping him and watching his recovery and hoping he comes through and all of that? Because I felt like he would have been ready at least, and then we test him to see if he's ready. But if we can't test him, then we can't expect to test him in the middle of the season. So does that mean he goes out on loan himself and then Wahi comes in as the second striker? Or would we do the Kudus and then Nkunku plays as the second striker? So
Perhaps, yeah.
yeah, so it's a worrying part of thing that I don't think anyone's looked at. And I think Chukwemeka looked really sharp as well. He came on. Gallagher came on. He played really, he looked more comfortable in the deeper role, but I don't that's not a sustainable role for him. It doesn't, give him the best platform to show, his best abilities. And I wish we wouldn't have to play him, in a deeper double pivot, going forward. Like, he should be advanced. He should be close to the box. He's such a brilliant finisher. And if indeed we are using that to fill in the role, until an established midfielder comes through, then that's fine. But I think just for the profile, he should be further up the pitch. But he did really well still playing deeper. Santos was also comfortable. I felt like he could have done more. He tried to be safe because I saw him, attempting some passes, but I feel like he could have still done more. And it's one of them ones that I feel like he's just one season away from being a Lavia. He's already there. He has the physicality. And I think that's the two good things both of our youngsters in the midfield have going for them. They all have the physicality. Casadei, even Chukwemeka, they all, everyone's been bulking up lately and they look ready physically. So it's just to get the experienced midfielder. And I think now I understand why we haven't gone for another midfielder since then, because from Poch's press conference, he spoke about wanting just one more experienced center midfielder. So if Caicedo is the guy, then it's Caicedo, and then we have Santos and Casadei to compete for for
Yeah.
to replace them. And that just gives me an indication that they feel like Casadei and Santos both are ready and won't be going out on loan at this moment. So something might change on that or whatever. But I mean, I agree with them if they think that, because I know that the players both have the intelligence and the physicality to go with it. It's just for them to perform at a higher level. So yeah, the game was good. And and then
What did
another thing.
Sorry.
What? Yeah, say.
What did you think of the centre backs?
The centre backs, yeah,
Humphreys and Chalobah.
they were comfortable, honestly, for most parts. Chalobah was good. He was decent, and Humphreys, I feel like Humphreys is exactly what we would have seen from Corwell if Tuchel played him last preseason.
Yes.
He had that normal, natural Cobham confidence that knows he's so good on the ball, but he just needs to work on defensive awareness, being extra aggressive. You need a little bit of bite, because of you'll be dealing with the strikers in the leagues and all that. And I think, speaking of bite, is what I saw from Gusto yesterday. Going up against Isaac, making the tackles, he had that little bit of, I want to get stuck in. And
Yes.
yeah, and that's such
It was noticeable, wasn't it?
yeah, he had that bad boy thing in him, and it's just one of them ones that you just remember that he's just 20. We've got this brother for 7 years. So I like that, and I feel like that's what the center backs may have lacked a bit, just a little bit of that. Just be extra aggressive, be extra tight, you know. But that can be worked on. That can come with confidence. That can come with time. And I'm really, really comfortable for Humphreys being the fifth choice, because I feel like him
Yes.
working on the Poch is almost as good as playing out on loan, because I feel like you get the experience, you get the knowledge, you'll be part of the system. He'll be learning of Thiago and the other, players, defenders, and it's just perfect. It's young, so if it doesn't work out a year, he could still head out, on loan or do
Or
something else.
play in the development squad.
Yeah, and if indeed the club still, looks at Trev the same way, he could still be a direct replacement in the season time. So I
Exactly.
feel like him
He
being
could he could possibly train with the A team and then, play for the development for the most part.
Yeah,
What about the negatives? What were your observations? What do you think we need areas of improvement, and what did you see that concerned you?
So the things that concerned me was one, the profiles and how we look to utilize the profiles and all of that. I think Poch, ever since he's been playing Martin, he's played Martin in more of like in this, inverted inside forward midfield role. He's been, tucked in instead of being wide, and then the other attacker has been wide, which yesterday was Modric, and then getting the ball to Modric. They spend way too much time dilly-dallying on the sides. I don't know. Cucurella needs to step up, honestly. Even with the pass, I'm not talking of the defender. We know he likes to, launch in and all that, but with the passing, like it could be quicker, it could be faster. Like you're expecting the ball, you should always know that your winger is right there waiting for you. So your body shape should already be, ready for that. You just get it, you switch it to him. It's the way like James kept on giving Martin on the right as well. And I feel
Do
like
you think it's a matter of the fact that there's too many new players and they're getting to know each other and obviously a brand new coaching staff? Do you think that has something to do with it or no?
Yes, it does. It does. And again, another thing is his body shape. I don't think he's always had that I'm ready to receive the ball body shape. It's always like, yeah, let's figure out what we're gonna do. No, like you should expect this. You should be used to this by now. Like Chilwell already has that where he gets the ball and he's almost looking to play in through or play over the top or something. Like you
Or
already
play
have,
back?
yeah, or that. But I mean, your shape is already, but those things can be coached and still. And then another thing is Morera on the other wing. A lot of people were disappointed about Angelo, but I think people kind of need to realize that I think one of them would be with the development squad, which I think would be Morera, given he just signed and he might not be seen as the first team player yet. So it's a bit of a hybrid of playing with the PL2, with the with
Sure.
the with the youth squad, and then making the odd appearances with the first team every now and then. And you wouldn't want that for Angelo, and that's why Angelo may be seen to be playing weekly at a top league. So I think people need to not mix that up, that they're on different what's the word, different plans in a way. And
Yes.
you might see
Progressions.
you might see the vision, or you might agree with it, or you might not, but it's different still. And then on player profile, he's got that Mo Salah player profile where he's always looking to take his man on. And I said that's the first time that's a profile that will always come good, because he just needs it to work out. He needs to succeed just 3 times in a game, which of course for a young guy, might not be the easiest thing to do. But with age, with coaching, that will come good. They're young, 18, I think. So that would come good. So we just need to have patience on that. And then every other thing else, it's all about, the play, the press, things that can be coached, things that can be worked on. And again, I like the fact that we weren't so you know, based, being all possession based, hugging the ball and just keeping it for keeping its sake. We're always looking to break the lines, always looking to tread the pass, always
With purpose, right?
yeah, with purpose, even in the half spaces. And there was a point in the second half, like in the 80th minute or so, where the Santos and the Gallagher's were just in the middle, trying to get the ball through, but Sterling and his movements, or they were being hesitant, and it was, yes, some of the things, but it's the things that can still be questioned, but weren't just keeping it, like the Jorginho is just center back to center back to center. No, 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 no. It's more like, let's try to get through. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's try again. It doesn't work. And then I feel like, I think that always works. That works well. And yeah, it's to get the midfielder in. It's just to get the midfielder in. And I think we need to draw a line on most of our negotiations. We've got people that are really smart and they're good at what they do, but they might not be quick to draw the line at saying, oh, the season is about to start, we need to get midfielders in, we need to get these players in. If the club accepts the money, fine. If they do not, then we need to walk. Honestly, we've had several deals, take too long, and I feel like the Stanleys are trying to be too clever about it. So yeah.
It's getting to the point where, to be honest with you, I know, Coach, you're going to need to read a bit, but it's getting to the point where it's getting to the cutoff line where if we do indeed get Caicedo, he won't be ready to play for the Liverpool
Exactly.
game. And that's what's concerning me.
And the fitness and the playing style and all these things,
Everything, yeah.
they make life easier for the coach, and they also, it's also value still. Like a 40 million signing of Cherky or Kudus, or it shouldn't take a week to negotiate. Like if they wouldn't agree to that, then you walk. At this point, you don't have to do the whole long out discussions, because we've seen that they had long discussions for Caicedo and it amounted to nothing. So you either put this 85 million plus 5 and say, hey, take it or leave it, or like they wouldn't change their minds. So at this point, we should be aware that the season's about to start.
As I've said before, and coach kind of agrees and kind of doesn't, but I honestly believe that they're in no rush to sell him. A, time is on their side, and B,
yeah,
I actually don't think they really want to sell him because
they
don't. They probably have. I think even if they want to sell him, they probably already have a plan in place to do without him, like their coach De Zerbi have said.
But they'll struggle.
So.
They'll struggle.
Yeah, he said it that they can do without him, really.
Yeah, but they'll struggle. And he said about getting the direct the quality replacements and all that. They can't find that. The market is dead. Bearing in mind, they sold McAllister. They're losing Levi Colwell, and now Caicedo. Like those are really 3 top ballers for them, and they're going to be in Europe. The squad is looking thin right now. I mean, Brighton will do well still in the league, but it's looking thin. So I don't think they want to lose him, and they know that they can keep him for a year, and by next summer he'll be 22, and he'll still be a good player, and they can still get 80, 90 million for him.
But that is so many ways of risk, if we're being honest here. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, it is. It is. He could get injured and all that. But that's why the player has to come in to say, I don't want to stay. And then they negotiate.
Yeah. Let me get, again give this guy some audience here. I think Correa is the weakest link, says Rashad or Maya. I appreciate you joining the show this morning. If you're watching, please, and you haven't, I'll take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, the likes do go along with. Sterling should be benched or maybe even sold, but selling is impossible. I think they may back off Caicedo if they don't accept last offer. Will buy 2 other players instead. Romeo Kudus, and you forgot to mention your boy, the Torren boy. Kiefer Thuram. I think Martin has really impressed. I think he's a good player. You're right. I think he stays. That's just my opinion. I wasn't impressed with Mudryk this time around. I was impressed too. Some good stuff. But that's a good player there. A question for the panelists: do you think 100 million gets De Jong? Hypothetically, moreover, when Barcelona are standing on their 6th lever, if yes, he'd be better than Caicedo. I don't think so. He'd be better than Caicedo.
The profile.
The profile different, and probably
different.
Very different.
We already have a De Jong. His name is Enzo.
And I don't think they would want to sell him. They're not willing to sell him right now. Okay, so not for us, JC. Yeah, not for us, really. I have to be honest. While Kudus' salary, he's on 12K now. So Chelsea will probably offer him something close to 75 or 100, actually, which is a huge percentage increase if you do the calculations. Why not we all again a group of panelists? Okay, why not? We are all a group of panelists. We all may not be in coaches starting lineup today, but we are the experienced heavy artillery, which comes online when the season kicks on. Wow, I like that one there. And Molestin Pencil Art says we need to sort out the left side with Kuku. Actually, because Kuku makes Mudryk better by not overlapping, while Chile moves Mudryk to an inverted winger by overlapping. Wow, some observation right there. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are and 128 likes. We can get that up. We're rounding off in a few minutes, but we have some transfer items to just before we do that. Roger, I don't know if there's anything else because you were hosting when I left. Anything else you want to bring up before we move to addressing the transfer items?
No, I think we've covered the actual match itself for the most part, and Jackson. I think it's been, I think some really good points made.
Yeah, but it's been a good show as usual, honestly. Excellent panel. And Roger, I just sent you an inbox. Martin, I will send you the same. I think I want to get done with the credentials. Did I ask Roger that? I will never forget. So how I can add your information to the description section so that people can know how to follow you on Twitter or reach out to me if they want you to come. You can say take you on loan. Maybe. I don't know. Eddie, you want to add anything before we start addressing transfer items?
Oh, that was funny.
Okay, is Eddie there?
Okay,
I don't think he's there. Okay, let's start addressing the transfer items.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We move on. It's all right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring up some of the stuff you shared with me there. And DJ, we haven't seen DJ even when he's not in the chat. He usually sends update too, but it looks like it's a busy day for him. Maybe his wife has gotten tired of him disturbing their vacation, rushing to be on the panel.
You blame her?
Yeah. It's been an okay show. Yeah, look at him. He enjoyed it. Big up to you too. Again, all of you, I appreciate you all. AD throwing water over the coast. Yeah. This says Mauricio Pochettino says Chelsea are in danger of creating a mess if his unbalanced squad is not cut down to size. But it's up to him to decide what players he wants to keep and what players he wants to let go. Pochettino, the Chelsea head coach, said tough decisions. So the second part explains that it's up to him. Tough decisions must be made in trimming the 29-man squad by up to 7 players, as less is more. Wow. A lot of people has been saying how he likes to work with a few players, not too many players. And I was thinking it was a joke, but now we're saying it first time. If anything, I thought Korea was just
Coach, I saw it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw an interview with his former assistant coach, but I don't think he followed him to PSG. And he said he doesn't like anything greater than 24, 25. And it looks like that's bears the fruit, which is we should expect some surprises. I think we're going to see some players that we don't expect to be included and some players that we did expect to be included that weren't.
And then we'll see some that we're expected to leave. If anything, I thought Cucurella was just bulleting between Sterling and whoever else was on the left side. All we watching Cucurella confused and thinking, where is he off to? Where is he going? What's going on? Let's see. With the current defense and goalkeeper position, if you ask to choose one good CB or a good goalkeeper, I'll say a good CB, because if you defend well, the opposition won't even get a chance to try your goalkeeper. One good CB and one DM. Again, here's the thing: we've been suffering for a while. I think our positions have gotten to the end since last season. We've seen how lack of having a defensively, you can say, solid 2 6s who are, you can say, we had a combination of Kovacic, Enzo, I think Kante mix. As much as Kante, whenever he's on the pitch, it's a different story altogether. But with Kovacic on the pitch, pairing Enzo and whoever else that we've had pair Enzo, they look fine offensively. But defensively, they don't do much protecting the defensive line. That's why you've seen Thiago Silva and the likes of Koulibaly, when he was still here, literally play as a 6. Because you see them moving towards the center circle area to break up all the opposition play. That's because the 2 6s we had at the time, at the time, they were not good at reading the game so well and breaking up opposition play, if that makes sense. So if we get a good DM or get 2 6s that read the game well and protect the defensive line well, and the defensive line is also good, then wouldn't actually be having too much conversation with regards to how good our goalkeeper is, if that makes sense. But yeah, let's see what the club does. I think they will sort it out. I feel we need to go all out for Caicedo, same way we did for Enzo. I think we get that deal over the line. I've said this a billion times, but I'll keep saying it. A long-time investment, if you ask me. His impact will be immediate, and plus he wants to come to us. Follow you at where? Please, I'm not too sure. You have to elaborate. What do you do? What's your channel for? Believe me, we support all the creators here, but you have to let us know what you do. Poch chose Kukurea to start for a reason. I just think practice is translating to the pitch. Maybe Thomas Bates, nice to see you again, brother. A lot of people may say that the panelists just exposed one of TT's shortcomings. Not good connecting with the academy. He wanted many of the sold players. He is responsible for the reason Cowell went to Brighton and never wanted to return. Wow. I will get the goalkeeper because Humphreys, Chalobah, Silva, and Cowell are all right. I'm shocked you're saying that. I was thinking you're probably thinking those we don't have enough there. You can German? No, I cannot German. I can English. But I know I get it. You're using a translator. But that's by the way. Let's see what else we have here. If our scouts are good, they can buy 10 Caicedos. I think they're good, but sometimes you don't want 10 Caicedos. Sometimes you want just one Caicedo for multitude of reasons. But that's by the way. Anybody else on the panel want to speak about this report here? Pochettino wanting to trim the squad down. I don't know. Have you spoken, Roger?
Go for it.
No, go ahead, Roger. Go ahead, Roger.
No, listen, I'm aware of this, and I would want, for instance, our centre backs. I would want us to keep 2 for each position plus 1. Same with the midfield, 2 for each position plus 1. So, because of injuries, listen, the season has not even started. We've lost Fofana. We've lost a little, for some time. We're going to lose, Badiashile. These things happen. And so we're going to need that depth, because if one goes down, that means you've got at least 2 plus 2. And otherwise, you're looking at 2 in one position and then 1 only, and the rotation will be thinner. And that means someone would have to finish 90 minutes each game plus the cup game. So that's what I want. However, that I don't think it's going to come to that. And maybe there's an exception for one of those positions, but he wants between 22 and 25. So we're going to see quite a few players that we do not wish to go out on loan.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Ben Marvelous says, "Good day, coach. Good day to you too." At this moment, we need Caicedo. With what I saw this morning, there's no dirty job in that midfield. I think we'll get. I'm just saying this. Okay, you're from Germany. Welcome to the channel. Feel at home. Subscribe if you like. If you like what you've seen so far, Gallagher is dirty in the midfield. Okay. Here's the thing. I appreciate you all. I'm going to come back to the panel to AD before I go to Martin. Do you have anything to say with regards to this particular report?
If we see the second line of that, what Pochettino said, he said tough decisions have to be taken. If we look at it, what tough decisions? If we want to ask ourselves here, maybe we just guess what he's trying to say. For me, tough decisions means the players that we are not even expecting to say they could be sold. Like I put in that bracket for if I want to guess, I say Sterling, Kepa, and Cucurella.
I don't
because
think
if you
any
look,
of them were sold, Eddie.
Because
but
of
do you
demand.
think we can sell both now?
There's no
Do you
demand
think
for
we can
See,
sell
them.
those 2 players?
there are no demands for them, but we can send them on loan.
No,
See,
we can't.
Sterling's
Not on the
body
wages.
language
Yeah,
is a
let him drop, let him drop.
carryover. It's a carryover from last season, and it's not good for the team. Sterling is not showing, and he should be the leader in this team, but he's not anywhere near being a leader. And what does that tell you? He's on 325k a week.
Yeah.
And if somebody who is 325k a week is not putting in the performance, we might have a kind of Lukaku situation in our hands, because if he is expected to perform and you're handing that big and the younger players are there, I mean, it's going to disrupt the unity of this team this season. He's not going to play and he's not going to be happy seated on the bench. And for me, if we want to put up our lineup, I say nobody's going to put Sterling ahead of the likes of Noni Madueke, or even if we end up getting Kudus, or if Modric or whoever, who are you going to put Sterling ahead of? Is he going to be happy to sit on the bench? So I think it will be part of the top decision, even if it's to speak on him. It's either you up your game or you go out on loan.
Eddie,
because he's on. Yeah.
Carry on. I apologize, sir.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm just saying. That for me, we've watched 3 games now so far. Who can say that Sterling has lived up to his billing or the expectations, even from last season? Okay, we say, okay, let's don't judge based on last season, what happened last season. But this is a new season. Look at Reece James coming back from after 4 months. Look at his performance. Do we have leaders in that team? If you want to count the few leaders we have in the team now, you talk of Reece James, Thiago Silva, Ben Chilwell, and then you talk of Sterling.
You know,
and just quickly with something with regards to Martin said about his salary, I think you can set players on loan and pay their salaries.
Exactly.
Exactly. Their salary. So that may well happen. You never know.
Coach,
go ahead, Roger. Sorry. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, can I just say something very briefly? You're right. I don't argue. You have validity in everything you've just said. The only difference that you compared the woolly mammoth to Sterling is Sterling doesn't have hubris. He's a consummate team player, and he's a silent leader. He will not kick up a fuss. He's got a good personality. He's a good person. He doesn't have this hubris issue whatsoever. So that's where they differ. But you're right.
Yeah, but do you think? No, in all honesty, Roger, do you think Sterling will be happy sitting on the bench, not playing? I don't think so. Why did he leave Man City?
Sure. Because, listen, he knew. But he wants to play. Of course he does. He's in the prime of his career, technically speaking. But I don't think he will. Listen, he won't be pleased. But he won't be to the extent of Lukaku, where he'll be a cancer in the team. At least that's what I believe, based on his personality.
Yeah, but Roger, sorry, I think you're missing something here. He's not been in this situation before, where he hasn't played, where he will not be playing. So we can't say what he's going to react. His reaction is going to be until when he finds himself not even being in the squad.
Sure.
Then you know he's going to kick.
Oh yeah. Well, yes and no. The writing was on the wall last year. His game time was diminished substantially because of who was that player? The left-footed English player. I forgot his name. Was starting to play a lot more, and no, for City. Sorry, 2 seasons ago. Not Foden, the other chap.
Grealish.
Yeah, Jack Grealish, and then Foden. So his game time was getting less and less. And do you understand what I'm saying? The writing was on the wall that Grealish was going to start, and Foden was taking more of his space then. So he knew. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, and there's no argument with it. I'm just pointing out that he won't be as cancerous as Lukaku is. That's all I'm trying to say. At least I don't believe so. You could.
Yeah, I know.
Could be wrong.
I know, Rogers. I understand that. But you said he knew he wasn't going to be playing regularly for Man City when Grealish was playing, so he left to have proper game time with Chelsea. And if he comes to Chelsea thinking, "Oh, I'm the big boy here. I'm supposed to be starting," and all of a sudden in this second season he's not starting, you can see his body language. His body language is all wrong. It's not good at all. It's not. I mean, he should be helping the younger players, but it's not. It's nothing. I mean, he's even going. His football is gone down to south a lot now. He's not even playing well at all.
He's lost. He looks.
He's lost completely. So if he ends up not being in the squad, are we going to ask questions? Are we going to ask Pochettino why he's Sterling not in the squad? And then you think he's going to be happy sitting, just training and not? I mean, he's going to turn to a Birmingham. You know, he's going to end up not being happy, and at the same time, he's going to rub off the whole team. To be honest, he's going to turn to a Birmingham. He's just going to be handing play, and then it's going to be bad for the chemistry of the team. I'm telling you the truth. Yeah. So now, I think personally, reading into this comment, it says tough decisions have to be taken. Tough decisions. Now, what do you mean? Underline the word tough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
mentioned.
There is no
As long
tough.
as he
There is
says,
no tough. There is
yeah.
nothing tough about decisions. Let's put it into context. There is nothing tough about decisions saying Santos go on loan. Nothing tough decision saying Caicedo
Yeah.
go on loan. Nothing tough decision saying Chukwuemeka go on loan. Nothing tough in decisions saying Humphreys go on loan. But the tough decision, underline the word tough,
Big
is
boys.
referring to me from that word says the likes of Sterling, the likes of Kepa, and probably Cucurella. So these are the tough decisions that have to be taken because he knows exactly what he's trying to
deep,
build.
really, from AD here.
Any
That's
other
deep.
names though?
That's good
Any other
analysis
names?
of this particular report. Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him if he had like more names to that list. Like, what are your perceived tough
Roger, can you
decisions?
add
Giving
that
us
one
three.
tough decision player there, Roger?
I think the toughest is the backup tea lady, obviously.
Yeah, but they still think so good.
I couldn't resist. Sorry.
I feel like the
Go
next
ahead,
tough
Martin, you were
decision
saying something.
would be Emmanuel Broja. I feel
Yeah.
Broja would be the next tough decision
Possibly.
because I feel like
Oh,
he's
sorry.
one of the-
And I wouldn't rule
Sorry,
out
talking of
Broja.
Broja. Sorry about this. Talking about Broja, I don't know how far the report is true. They said I don't think he's injured, but I think he's trying to make a move to West Ham. I don't know how far that's true. The report is true or not.
I don't know.
Wow.
unlikely.
Go ahead, Martin. You were saying something, so we can catch up. We should be rounding up soon. We have about 6 more items lined up, but we're just gonna breeze through it. But
Did
if
you
any
say
of you
6 more
has anything
hours?
to say, 6 more items.
Items.
You said hours initially.
Did I really? And you
Yeah,
like to
you
show
were-
me in public, don't you?
That's a tap-in, mate.
Yeah.
So
So
go
I feel
ahead,
like
Martin.
Broja will be one tough decision, and then the next one will be the pair of Chukwuemeka and Gallagher.
Possibly.
I think actually Carney is a
And
tough
Gallagher.
decision.
Yeah.
You think it is? I think you could say that. I would
Everything-
say Madueke too.
Yeah,
Possibly.
everything has context, but I know what Eddie's saying, and as I said, I can't really argue with anything because his stance, it had validity to it. It was common sense and everything. I agree, but I just agree that there's a slight nuance to it. That's all I'm saying. Eddie, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think I don't know about Madueke because he hasn't played yet because I think he's got an injury or whatever, right? He's got a knock. Yeah, so but I think Broja's a tough decision. I think Carney's a tough decision. I would be disappointed if Carney is loaned out.
Yeah.
So I think he's good enough to play in the rotation.
And it's different. It's like if you're even arguing that we have too many players in that department, but he's different. The way he applies himself on the pitch is different.
Don't you think Gallagher is a tougher decision than Carney?
Yeah, that's why I put them together.
Gallagher, it's a tougher decision because he's more experienced of the two.
I think Poch recognizes and likes him because I think he fits the profile for Poch's kind of player. He really does. And actually, to be honest with you, he seems like a different player this season. So
the
far,
fact that he keeps playing him deeper, so Poch might feel like there's a possibility of him being deeper still. So
yeah, and if Caicedo does not come to fruition, just in case, that could be a viable option, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me catch up with what we have here. This says, Coach, I watched the presser. It's a classic tweet taking things out of context and showing us if a Poch is in panic. He just explained that the CFC are still walking in the transfer window, and his idea is trim. Yeah, again, but people have taken it and they're running with it, and some people are believing it and retweeting and pushing. The Twitter journalists pushing the narrative that Poch is frustrated already, and he's not hiding his feelings and all that nonsense. No, it's over. We can say the 80 million or leave it. Okay. His idea is to have 2 good players in each position so that there's healthy competition, fair chance, and good environment. It works. It works. It's work in progress. I think that's what it is. I didn't see any panic as it being made to look. When I saw the report saying he's clearly frustrated and all that, I was like, what is this really? Send Sterling on loan, yes, even if we have to pay his wages. We've done that before. That wouldn't be the first time if it happens. Simple, just tell him he's not in the plans. Yep, and find a solution, which means him going out on loan, terminating his contract, or selling him if there are willing buyers out there. Everything AD is saying is the reason Dybala makes sense, really. Poch also mentioned that club will have to make hard decisions as there are too many good players in certain positions, but those are decisions they will not hesitate in making, and I think they will. So I'm not that too concerned, really. I have to be honest here. What else do we have in the chat here? I think it's quite a lot. Of course, Sterling win kick up first. He's way too chillax. Plus, at this stage, it won't be too concerned if he isn't playing. He's earning quite a lot. Won't kick up first. Sterling came to us categorically because he wasn't playing. Again, he wasn't a starter, but the difference here is that he's come to us. He's earning us so much money right now. Not again more than he was earning at City. So that's the difference. He can endure the situation because of how much he's earning. I think Pep thought of Sterling as a luxury player. Thomas Bates, again, nice to see you once more. Can you use preseason to determine if a player is going to do well? Yeah, sometimes. But that's not. You can say there's no way to guarantee if you base your decision based on a player's performance during preseason, there's no way to tell whether you're always correct. I just don't know. If a player is going to do well when the real business starts, people should relax. Yep. So I agree with you. Kachila, please, can you put a fourth option in the poll? CFC will wait and see until January. I'm not going to change that now, but it would have made sense to have that there. Give Sterling time, buy another striker. Okay. Sterling is a bad example for the young guys, especially doing nothing in being paid 325k a week. Wow. I doubt Chelsea will offload Sterling, unfortunately, since the squad experience would plummet. And that's opposite of what Poch wants. I fear he will be forced to start despite these performances. Let's see, AD speed, in fact, and all that. Anything else there? No way Poch is forced to start Sterling. I don't think he's starting. Breaking news: the CFC have put Sterling in neighboring bunk to Lukaku at the barracks. Wow. I reckon one or two Chukwuemeka Gallagher and Kasade will be loaned out or offloaded. Artillery facing them. Let's see. Coach, when is Lukaku going to go? I don't know, really. I have to be honest with you. Pochettino didn't say he was worried, but he was clearly frustrated. If you actually watched the presser, the lack of balance in the team is bothering him. That's just what you make of his comments. Bernard Comedy, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Not selling alone. Kukureya and Kepa must go. Kepa can save us. No clean sheet at all. Enough is enough. Wow. Okay. Let's see what else we have lined up here.
Coach, can I just ask something very briefly? Do you think in time? Do you think Pochettino and his coaching staff can, shall we say, fix Cucurella?
I think they
perhaps can. And improve him to a standard with which we'll be satisfied with, and also Sterling. Listen, I personally don't believe Sterling because I've seen him.
Sterling is not fixable.
No, it's because I've seen. No, you're preaching to the choir, old bean. But I want
it's up to him.
Yeah, it's up to him. It's mental.
Yeah, yes or no. I've watched him when he was young, when he played for Liverpool. Trust me, what you see is what you get. I kid you not. I've said this from day one. But what about players like Cucurella? I mean, do you think that he could turn him around and make him more disciplined and so forth?
I think he can, and I'll tell you why. Why do I say that? I think Cucurella is a fine player overall. With that one flaw of him, you can say wandering around, not being disciplined enough. For instance, if you watch him play for 90 minutes, you'd always see space on that left-hand side. He follows the ball too much. That was why I think you've heard me say he operates like a sweeper defender. Sometimes that can be effective, but it depends. If he plays with a six that understand, he will leave a space there, and that six pays attention there. But that's not going to always be the case. On his day, he's a brilliant defender. Also, he's a good passer of the ball. So whenever he's on the pitch on the left-hand side, and the ball is on the right hand side, whether again towards the middle section, you see him drifting inwards because he follows the ball too much, just like a primary school kid. That shouldn't be happening at his age, at this level. I don't know why he does that. And the space will always be there for the opposition to exploit. But I think it can be fixed. It's just charging him to be more disciplined. Let the center backs do their job. Don't drift inwards, because as you drift inward, you'll be actually forcing them to go further the other side, and then you'll be leaving space on the left hand side there. I think it's fixable, honestly, because we've seen him play there without seeing much of that space. It all comes down to the manager's demands. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So let's see what else we have lined up here, so we can address it and move on. I want to Pochettino or Noni Madueke, he's in Philadelphia. He has a little tightness in his hamstring. It's not a big thing. It's only Noni that suffers with an injury. That's the only player out. I think that's what that means. But it is something that we think can be sorted out in the next few days. So he just needs that break. What other item do we have here? Anybody want to say anything with regards to that? All right, here's some items here that AD sent me. Let's address those and call it a day. And where do I have it? I think I had it up there. Just give me 1 second here. I think it's this one here. Okay, I have to maximize it. All right, the microphone is blocking my view, unfortunately. This one here, it says Aya Wahi wishes to join Chelsea as quickly as possible. We've read that report before. He wants to join Chelsea, but he doesn't want a situation where we sign him and loan him to Strasbourg. He wants to come to Chelsea straight away. And I think I wouldn't mind him being, again, a part of the first team. He brings competition because he's similar to Jackson. Maybe Jackson is taller. I haven't taken my time to compare them and see how they differ. But I wouldn't mind him joining the ranks now. Honestly, that's just my opinion. Roger, what do you think?
I have to see more of him. I don't know enough to base a fully informed decision or input on him. I'll be honest with you. So I don't want to, as a certain general would say, talk out of my wazoo.
All right, Roger. Don't forget to like and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Kudus or Turkey, but right now I'd say Kudus is more experienced. Stalin not flexible. I doubt Kuku fixable. Kuku is fixable. Stalin not fixable. You doubt if it's fixable either. Old enough wouldn't change. I think his problem is something that it depends on how the manager charges him to apply himself on the pitch. That's how I see it. Maybe they can, but with the squad congestion, it's likely will offload him without taking the risk. Being a key reason we considered half of our goals won't go unnoticed. Wow. Allow Ziyech to play a preseason. Ziyech isn't staying. I think he will leave. And rumors are that Al Hilal may well come back for him again. He already left. Not Al Nassr to speak where Ronaldo plays. Let's see what we have here. Tough decision means benching Sterling, Kepa, Cucurella, etc. Selling them it's not easy, but benching them, you can send them out on loan and pay a large chunk of their salaries if that's going to be an issue. Cucurella has shown some panic station and defensive vulnerability all the time. It's not a form thing. Last 5 matches couldn't fix it. Although can be said the last 5 managers didn't even see that. You could argue that as a Jamaican, I wouldn't disagree about the commenting Sterling because during Brighton's match, when he's in the final third, he seemed confused. Yeah, he's lost. Like that's the language Roger used, and I think I prefer to use that language too. Cucurella is an average left back, in my opinion. Should not be playing for a top team. Looks like pressure gets to him as well. Wow. Something just came to mind. All the Spanish players we've had, every time they start struggling, we start hearing stories. They having a relationship issues. That's but I don't mean to be a bad person, honestly. But Cucurella, Alvaro Morata, Who again? I think it's one more. Kukurea, Alvaro Mata. I think we're missing one. I don't remember one of them, but it's not just the two of them. At the start of the season, most were saying what they are saying now. Sell Sterling, who had more goals contributions last season, but sometimes you have to look beyond the stats to sense there's a problem here. Sterling should be leading, and he's not been able to lead by example. I get it; he's a good guy and all that, on and off the pitch. But we need him to lead by example. He's one of the most experienced players, and he hasn't done that. We should still allow the players to prove themselves in the last two matches. Maybe Sterling and Kukurea can still turn it around, but pretending they haven't been bad just won't fly with me. Yeah, I have to say that they've been bad. In the case of Sterling, he ended the last season weekend. Well, actually, he picked up form, but maybe he's still tired because of the 2 sessions every day and the gruesome drilling by Pochettino. Again, he's not been able to deal with it well. Maybe a bit of a rest. Yeah,
Coach, he had one good game out of the last 3 or 4, and then he regressed, if you recall. I wouldn't call that a strong ending.
Okay, so you win, Roger.
Just be honest with you.
No, I know you're being honest. Courtois and all that. Coach Nkunku plays like so under pressure all the time, and he cannot seem to handle it. I think here's the thing. I just like one aspect of his game: his ability to find passing lanes where you don't know one exists, and that's what Ben Chilwell doesn't have. But defensively, Chilwell is more solid than him. Sterling had one good game since. Each time. Wow. Realistic, Roger said. For Chelsea, Chelsea pay me to choose 11 players. It's better they talk from now to leave. If I don't play, I don't want to be here. Perfect. I am here. I am committed. I am going to accept that you are the coach, and you are going to choose. I think that makes sense. That's for players demanding game time and on that and wanting to play every game. We move on to the next one. If you hear me read it, if I read anything you want to, or if you have something to add to, if you're on the panel, please do so. I think this one I have it twice. And this one here says Kudus is not training with Ajax due to injury, but 3 days ago, Chelsea had some calls on the players side and with Ajax to understand the condition of the deal. Brighton can only get Kudus if they sell some players. Caicedo's deal is still on with Chelsea. So, yeah, I get it. People were concerned because we're saying we're not going to pay more than 18 million of that. People jump to the conclusion, that's it, that we're not getting Caicedo deal over the line. I think we'll still get that deal over the line. As I say, as I'm reading these things, if you have anything to add to that, please feel free to let me know. I'm just trying for us to round off now. Chelsea are looking to strengthen the attacking midfield department. There has been some dialogue with Ajax over Mohammed Kudus. And on the player side, an agreement is close on personal terms. Whether that has moved forward, I don't know. Let's see, because Chelsea will be looking at a number of options. I think the player wants to leave. And rumors are that he wants to come to Chelsea too. And people have dug up his picture where he was wearing a Chelsea shirt as a young, as a child, really around 6, I think at most 10 or 12. Moises Caicedo, Brighton chairman Tony Bloom will never sell for what he believes to be under the value that he expects. What is that value? We do not know. I think the rumors that they want 100 million, I think all nonsense. We don't know how much they're quoting to Chelsea, and I think the issue isn't really the price tag. If you ask me, in 1 month and a half, the highest we've gone for Caicedo is a bid. The Brighton laughed at Arsenal for 17 million. It's dire, and Pochettino has publicly urged the directors over the last 2 games. I think this is just a PYS's opinion.
Yeah, and I feel like it's doing way too much now on several things.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and it's becoming, it's becoming part of the media we used to not trust and rely on.
Mm-hmm.
This is an opinion piece. Yes, you want the player. Yes, you want them to pay 100 million. Yes, but if they feel it's not the right value and they feel it's not the right decision, then they're entitled to make that assessment and decide on that. So people saying we should go to 85. We can drop 85 and they could still reject it. And then what? Now you know you can't do for lower than 85. I think the idea is the club don't feel Brighton is willing to discuss on a reasonable deal. They just want something gargantuan, and they're they're hesitant. So it's not for us to decide, are we going there or are we walking? So we've tried the whole negotiation, we've tried the whole everything. The media have had their fun about it, but now I think we just need to decide. And
I'm sure you guys heard that. Just run into the door and ask, can we watch TV? Just go ahead.
So
that's cute.
Yeah, so it's just for for Chelsea to decide and know what the next steps would be. So I think that's it. And yeah, but we need to decide on this fast. Like this week is already it's already gone, so we have 1 week or 2 weeks more before the season starts. So we just need to decide on that if we're paying the money.
Anybody else want to add to this? We have to be quick to round up because the wife has gone to work and it's just me and the boys right now. They might
and the TV.
Go ahead, Roger.
Too soon, Coach. Too soon.
All right, should I move on to the Roger? You want to add to this?
Which one? Hold on, let me have a look.
This one here. So we haven't done much. I think it's just Pice's opinion, honestly.
Yeah, no, I get it. I can see the validity to it to a certain extent. Also, it's because it's frustrating. But I can't believe we're putting all our eggs in one basket. Also.
So yeah, he's frustrated and he's just stating it as he feels. That's nothing to do with what the club wants to do. Go ahead. Yeah, I think you've gone to your old mic, but go ahead. What do you want to add?
Yeah, I just think we just there's a report I heard saying Chelsea might just go in 80 million, and if they refuse, they might walk. So that's the unofficial report anyway. So the Chelsea are prepared 80 million, and it's take it or leave it. So I don't know how that's going to pan out because Brighton are not budget.
80 plus 5 or 10 million and add-on is more than fair.
Yeah, maybe.
Go ahead, Eddie.
They're just saying they're putting in 80 million bid. So I don't know if they've gone as high as 70, then if they go 80, if Brighton does not take it, to me, I don't know how fans, it will be devastating. Fans might not be happy. But I think, sorry?
Should we pay what they are asking for?
No, I don't think we should pay what they're asking for. We're setting bad precedents then again. We set it already anyway. So we shouldn't be double. We shouldn't be setting twice in quick succession, to say we pay whatever they think they value their player. So we have evaluation and we think we go. That's why we have to look for other alternatives,
Yeah. No, but I get what you're saying, but I think Caicedo is integral, so important for us to have a successful season, to make top 4. I could be wrong, but I don't see us making top 4 without Caicedo. To be honest,
get an alternative that's equally good, or
exactly that's what I wanted to say. What about getting an alternative? So, which means we pay them the 100? Is that what you're saying?
So yeah, I mean, I don't want to, but I think we may have no choice. So, who is an equal or better alternative? Please, I'd like to hear of it.
We don't know yet. We don't know, but I think they're out there. Zubimendi will be enough, actually. Honestly, Zubimendi would be good. Zubimendi and Kiefer Thuram is another option. I think there are good options. Even Amrabat is still available, even though United are looking to sign him. There are other options we can get. But I think for a reason they're looking at Moises Caicedo. He's versatile, can play in the right back, can play as an 8-2. But I want to catch up so that we can round off as soon as possible. At this level, you can just pass well. Let's see. This is if I was a Pochettino, I would call it Bali and tell him to call his Saudi friends and strike a deal for Sterling so they don't be paying his high salary for bench warmer. They may well come for him. It's not too late yet. But you have to maybe if Bali reaches out and say, hey, we want to sell this guy. And if they come and pay Sterling something extraordinary, I think he leaves. I don't know why he. Lots of us again. I didn't know him until we started looking at him. We should consider a swap deal. Let go Sterling and maybe for Leao. Good luck. So if you were AC Milan and somebody comes to you and
would you
says,
want him?
Yeah, says and take Sterling and give them Leao, you'd agree? Really? Football fans are fickle. Watch them slam Jackson if he doesn't score for a couple of games. Now he's the next Pele. Unbelievable. I think a lot of people have rightly said, let's not celebrate too much. There are still much bigger tests to come for him. But signs are good. That's how I want to live. I want to just leave it at that. I can say same for Cucurella. He played well against Dortmund. Return leg. I didn't see anything of substance otherwise. And Wally Waldo, bigger brother, always nice to see you. Wally Waldo says, just coming in. Big up, coach. Big up to you, too, brother. Does anyone even want to stall him? By the way, I don't think anyone does. His salary is an issue. If it wasn't for his salary, you'd see some Premier League club coming to take him. Honestly.
Exactly.
Why don't we offer Pulisic to Brighton with 60 million? And where do you think Pulisic is right now? He's gone. He's been sold to AC Milan. He's played 2 friendlies for them. He already left. Tell him. I think a lot of us are busy. We don't know what's going on. Okay, I would have just let you guys answer that question for him. I think he's been busy. Haven't joined in a while. We can sell him. Okay. No kids can only watch the stream. Let's see what else we have here. Lukaku doesn't want to play with us and wants to join Juve. So I just wish that they give us Vlahovic. They're not going to give you Vlahovic for Lukaku. You have to pay them something too. Sergio Correa, let's see what happens there. It's a reasonable opinion from Pies there. Months of talks, and you're telling me they don't know how much Brighton want for him. They must have been talking about horse racing or something. Maybe Addison. Okay, wait for August. Let's see. He left. It's I'm not getting into that conversation. I would put Caicedo in the deal for Caicedo. No, I would not. Sorry. Coach, when is the transfer? September 1st. AD is steaming. It sounds like it. He went back to his old microphone. Caicedo has been one of our best midfielders in preseason. But if you say between him and Santos who stays, I'd say Santos stays. In my opinion, best option is to offer Gallagher plus money. If they really want him, as we've heard, if Chelsea are willing to let Gallagher go, then Gallagher is part of the Caicedo deal. Will be better than Caicedo. Yeah. This show had been insightful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, bro. Unfortunately, I like to have you on the panel, but you said you had connection issues. Please, if you haven't clicked the 3 dots to the right of Fairboy's name, go check out his channel and subscribe. Please, I just don't want a panic buy. If we don't get Caicedo at the start of this window, we shouldn't just go and buy other players just for the sake of it. I think I agree with you. I would prefer for us to get Camavinga instead of those players. Camavinga isn't leaving Real Madrid. Waste all this time on Caicedo only to move for alternatives. Yeah, I think they're going to get the deal over the line. And like I've said before, I think they're probably still there because they're getting positive signals either from Caicedo's camp or from Brighton. I would prefer signing 2 midfielders instead of Caicedo. Okay, now Tchouaméni on the market, or rather, I think Tchouaméni than Camavinga. Tchouaméni isn't on the market right now. He isn't for sale. Coach, please be honest. Did you know about Badiashile Jackson? I knew about Badiashile Jackson. No, I didn't know much about him. I watched Villarreal, but I pay attention to Samuel Chukwueze, who's on the verge of joining AC Milan, by the way, according to reports. But for Jackson, no, I didn't rate him that highly until we started looking at him. Then I started paying attention. Santos, I knew nothing about him. Angelo, I knew nothing about him. I have to be honest. Can I show you there will be alternatives we haven't heard of that we don't know? Yep, that's why we hired all those, you can say, well-known scouts that have been credited with signing some of the best players, bringing some of the best players to Brighton and other places they've worked. Just remember, after I made the comment, okay, yeah, it happens. You're a human being. I believe it's the brown envelopes merchants pushing the narrative that Brighton wants 100 million for Caicedo. Yep, those things happen. Why the hell would we sell Caicedo? I don't think we'll sell him. We're not selling him. He's a fine talent. Roger, the more in, this is apparently Madrid were in for Santos and Angelo. Yep, but we got them over the line. Let's see what else we have here. One more thing, I think. This one here, nothing, just Mauricio Pochettino rallies his Chelsea players. He's very active. I like that, which is something we didn't see much with other managers. I don't like mentioning names, and I don't want to get on Roger's wrong side. Let me start with you, Roger. Your final thoughts on everything we've talked about, brother. So I'll get 80 cents. We call it a day.
No, there's a lot to be optimistic about. There really is. There's also, conversely, a lot of things to be concerned about. The fact that we're talking about us being disappointed with cuts, with players that will be sent out on loan, this tells you this is a really good problem to have, gentlemen. This really is. It's. I guarantee you, most other clubs don't have this issue. So, with the youth, with the caliber of youth, I'm talking about. So, this is a good thing. My only I do have some concerns over injuries, especially to Broja. His return, that's one of my biggest, and obviously my cousin, and Cucurella. I'm just hoping over time, if they are indeed in the camp going forward, that the coaching staff can work on them and turn things around. I really do. But listen, we played a very high caliber team recently in Newcastle. No doubt about it. True, they weren't clicking on all cylinders. Regardless, that's a formidable team that we've played that did the double over us last year, if I'm not mistaken. And I thought we were the better team, not because I'm a Chelsea fan, just being objective. We tested their keeper far more than they tested ours, and no, I'm very happy with the progress we've made. I wouldn't have thought that we would be where we are at this stage of the season, to be honest with you. So I'm very pleased.
Yeah, before I go to Eddie, says it was good to hear what Pochettino was saying in the huddles. Let's say Poch said the team's unbalanced. What do you think about that comment? I think if we can always say that experience is needed, a bit more experience is needed for things to be balanced. We have too many, to achieve balance, if that makes sense. And you can say also DM, the midfielder that he's specifically said we need one more midfielder or two. It's nothing, I think nothing too deep there. We need more experience, and we may well need one more defender. And I think nothing deep there really. Like, for instance, if we get Caicedo, he brings balance too. It makes a whole lot. He will make whole lot of difference in terms of finding having a balanced squad. Maybe a defender, one more defender, maybe a goalkeeper. I get it. People saying that what he said about Kepa Arrizabalaga, how they like him, he's been doing well and all that. That's no guarantee. If we sign a new goalkeeper, Kepa will be the one start, and you don't expect him to come out in the public and say, we've seen some deficiencies in Kepa. We're looking to sign another goalkeeper. You don't do that. No. What if you end up not signing another goalkeeper? Then you're on the wrong side of Kepa already. So that may well not be good.
Suicide.
You might not. It's suicide. It's suicidal to say such. Coach, I think turning to Real Madrid for a midfielder is our best option. If the Caicedo deal doesn't go through, Camavinga and other midfielders, they're not going to sell any of them. Yeah, they have aging veterans there who will soon retire. They're not going to sell any of them. If anything, the most you can get from them is getting one of those players on loan, and that's not even going to happen. We have no problems at all, Roger. If you dispatch some players, can you please get rid of Lukaku, Ziyech, Sarr, Sterling, Cucurella? How much money that will bring? A lot, but I'm sure Roger hasn't done that calculation. Leao have signed a new contract, but that doesn't mean they cannot be sold. Please slap Sterling on Arteta. It's doable. Give it a shot. It may well happen. There's no way they're not gonna sell Camavinga. I agree with you. And again, Ziyech is sold. He's not sold yet, but he will eventually be sold. Has Ziyech been sold? No, he hasn't been sold. Pulisic, again, he's joined AC Milan already. I don't think we need a defender. Humphreys can do that job until Badiashile comes back. Maybe but let's see. Finally, Pulisic is gone. Lukaku next. Lukaku is still there. Coach, if you bring Donnarumma, I forgot how you pronounce that correctly. Donnarumma, is that how you pronounce? Okay, I think it's pronounced something like Donnarumma. I don't remember, but you said Donnarumma. Okay, just as he looks on the screen. I assure you, I will kick a Kepa out myself, even though you like him. But that's, by the way. I'm going to come to you, AD. Your thoughts on everything we've talked about today?
Yeah, it's been a very good show, and I mean, we've talked about a lot of things, and there are a lot of positive things happening that we should be excited about. But are we ready for the season? Not yet. We are happy because the changes we experienced, nobody expected us, even the opposition, they didn't expect us to be this good, this early, especially with Poch. And then, I mean, the signs are very good. I just hope and pray that they can give this manager what he really wants to start the season. And there was a comment there that somebody made about us not knowing Jackson, Angelo, Santos, and all. There's still definitely a Caicedo somewhere that we do not know of. So, I mean, just speaking now, say Caicedo sustained injury now. Are we not going to move on? Are we going to buy an injured player? No. So there should be alternative there. So, but for me, what Pies said there about us knowing what Arsenal put in January and we are just lowballing, that's not lowballing. Because if we went in straight away with 70, obviously we've played into their hands straight away. So if we start low, as we started from 60, 65, 70, then that gives them something to think about that, oh, these people are actually not coming. They must have thought, us knowing that Arsenal put in 70 million in January and they turned it down, probably we might come and start from 80. And that will help them to say, no, we want 150 or something, you know. So for us starting that low, I don't think it's something that is bad. But is it dragging too long? Yeah, absolutely, it's dragging too long. We have to draw a line and make sure if it's not Caicedo, if we are not ready to pay, I mean, somebody said if they say 100 and we are going up to 80, then maybe the middle point we meet is 90. So are we ready to pay that? If not, let's quickly walk away. Let's quickly walk away and go quickly to get this manager. There are other players there. It's not only Caicedo. You've mentioned some names. There's Zubimendi. There's this Redondo. There's is it Keram or what's it called? Turam. And all. There are players out there. Even Amrabat, okay, is on the verge of joining joining Man United. There's Benassa. We've not tried all these players as well. So there are many players there that we can actually try. We shouldn't just put all our eggs in one basket. And at the end of the day, if you're ready to pay, let us pay and get this player in. If we know we're not going to meet them and quickly discuss, then we should walk away and look for alternatives. Obviously, there cannot be only one Caicedo. There are many Caicedos, but the scouts need to be up. They should search for the alternatives. And then if it's not ready, we move on. And then if we can't get Caicedo, we have Santos, who I think is good enough if they can build him. But is he going to give us confidence? No. But can he play? Can he do the job? We only have one. I mean, we're not in Europe, so can he do the job? And then they play other players. Have other players in there. Yes, we can. But is he going to give us confidence in that middle? Is the manager going to be happy? He's not going to be happy. So we need to definitely bring experience in that middle, and then we need to push other areas as well, like the LY. If he comes in as second striker, I think the theory. I'm just thinking out of the box. Say maybe they want to bring him in. And if the link to Ivan Toney is something that is going to come up in January, then maybe why might just go. If depending on how he plays, if he's not playing well, they send him on loan to Strasbourg in January and then go for Ivan Toney. Something in that line could happen. But if he comes in and is playing well, just like Jackson is doing now, there's no point going for Ivan Toney. So it could be along that line they're thinking. Because initially what we read was that he is not ready to go on loan. He doesn't want to go to Strasbourg. But now for him coming, maybe they've assured him, okay, we have you in. See how you perform. If you're not doing well January, we go for a different profile of striker and then you move to Strasbourg. So that's my take.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Two midfielders, DMs to be specific and a 10 are needed. I've always said we need a 10. Again, Kamavinga and Chomeni were cheaper, but many say that they're underrated. I think you can say the club's hierarchy. Chelsea weren't serious about getting them. They were playing in the Farmers League. Now they want them. That PSG was Donnarumma, but let's see what happens. Jump outs. Anything we have here? People having conversations there. Does anyone have thoughts on Bryce Samba? Nope, I don't. His stats were impeccable last season. Maybe I need to look at him. Not Donna, but maybe Kilo Navas. His salary will still be an issue if you ask me. Too old. Let's see. I would get David Araya, Diogo Costa, Maynard, or Donnarumma. Either of those. Yeah, even Sanchez, Robert Sanchez, coach. And the next 3 transfers should be experienced in form of CB, CDM, and central attacking midfielders and grow the others steadily. Maybe that's what the club would do. Any of them would do. I want Diogo Costa. I really do want him, really. I'm sold on him, especially after having a conversation with DJ Sab. 3 more Amado Onana, Eton Alvarez, and Frank Casey. Those are available, and I wouldn't mind Partey, actually. The Naruma, Courtois, different level. Costa at all don't make a sense because Kepa is the level, is that level, if not better. Okay, some argument. Roger would be proud of you. He's also shorter than Kepa. Wow. Okay. See, we want Newcastle. We're cheating. Really? It was offside. You think? Okay, Diogo Costa is best option in my opinion. Also, great age, great all-round goalkeeper. I didn't know he was that good with his feet until others started convincing me. But that's that. By the way, we've come to the natural end of the show. Oh yeah, 1cm taller. Okay. We've come to the natural end of the show. I appreciate you all in the chat. I appreciate Roger for joining. AD Love for Blue. Martin was here, and LaFrancis was here. I think Bobby was here too. Thanks to all of you that have found time to be on the panel. And I want to say thanks to Constantine Dante and JC. Thank you, Roger. Roger, you're the only one that got thanks here. And JC, I don't like you anymore. We have how many panelists, and you just saying thank you to Roger alone. Just go away. Don't talk to me again. I want to say thank you to all of you in the chat, JC.
Thank you, JC.
Mark H. Constantine Dante, Namaya Forward, the blue Tiff again was also here. Namaya, big up to you. I've said hello to Constantine and Supreme Quartz. Much love to you. JC again once more comes up, and Constantine again, and thanks Addison Barrientos. Much love to you, all of you. If I miss your name, again, Jump Out Entertainment. If I miss your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Good night, Coach.
Bye.
Bye, Eddie.